Hello, hello. We are going to be getting ready for playtesting this week. Hey, Sinistello, I've talked about this before in that we've got this phasic release cycle here. So phase one was just, I guess the goal's written right there. Get to the point where you can play a challenge run. And technically we're here right now. So a lot of what I'm going to be doing today is making the experience better for playtesters. I think one of the problems you can do when you release something is get a lot of the same feedback over and over and over. And then every new person you release it to, you're going to get the same feedback. At which point you're not really learning anything. So I might as well address what I'm pretty sure the feedback's going to be. But I want to be careful about this because we addressed too much of what I think it's going to be and we went in the wrong direction. Then it was kind of wasted work. I struggled and still first. I am slightly early. Yeah, it's like 10 minutes earlier than I normally am. Yeah, so I did some work yesterday. This is the archive to-do list. I got a bunch of stuff done. I played again. I've got some more observations here. This I'm not looking forward to, so we should probably just do this first because I don't think this is going to be fun. So let's see what this is. Bug, if the first adventure costs 25 and the second costs 50 and you have 50 gold and the higher just one adventure, the higher adventure button's still green. Same thing happens with the buildings. The button will look enabled. Okay, so we need to know when you've chosen a perk. Challenge mode choice doesn't know what kind of choice it is, right? But I guess there's adventurer perk choice. Yeah, so we could check there. Are we challengers already? Hey, Kevin. Not quite yet, although I am. Because I can play the game. It's been pretty good. Okay, so somewhere we update the perk choice. Perk choice tracker is what keeps track of the cost of the next perk. So if we just look at adventurer perk choice tracker, it's this. Get based on the number of perks chosen. So as soon as you choose, oh no, it's based on number of perks purchased. Ah. Wants it all for himself. This guy. SMH my head. How's it going, Sinistella? How's it going, Kevin? So number of perks chosen. We could also have number of perks bought. Let's see where we increment this. Where do we increment this? Oh, come on. Where is it? It can't be that far from here, right? Huh. What? What's going on right now? How would I not be able to find this? Oh, there it is. I missed it somehow. Yep, right there. Chose perk. Okay, so we need a bought perk, I guess. Wherever we subtract money from, that's where that should happen. So this should be pretty simple. We just do public void bought perk. And then do num perks bought. It's not the best name, but I guess it works. All right, and then we read some comments here saying this is incremented when you choose a perk. For purchasing a perk, see num perks bought. And here I'll just say, see the comment for num perks chosen. And this should be in italics. There. All right, so there's bought perk. Now we need for this to do something. Also, when you buy a perk, we need to update something. So I got to go find that too. This might not be too bad. Okay, so where's the purchase? There it is. Buy perk. And everything overrides this to do a bunch of stuff here. All right, let's look at all of those overrides to see if there's something very easy to look at for this. It's mostly just subtracting money and stuff. I guess the parent class should be responsible for calling that function. So we got to figure out where this is called from. There, right there. Pressed by perk. Okay, so then what we do is we rename this to bought perk. And then we make buy perk private void buy perk. Does this take in a thing? No, I don't think so. Although then how does it know how to work? How does it know how to work? What? Hey, Matt. Nice pictures you shared. Okay, I'm confused. Oh, wait, the button itself knows? Wait, that doesn't make any sense, though. Keep it going, going, going. Thanks for the resub. Happy 22 months. My goodness. My goodness. Oh, this is... Oh, buying doesn't actually give you a perk. It gives you a set of choices. I keep forgetting that. Yeah. So note, well, it's more like bought perk choice. At the point of buying a perk, we don't even know what the options are yet, since there are two stages. Buying the ability to choose and then choosing. Yeah, there. I think that makes it a lot clearer. So then what we can do here is we can say perk choice tracker, bought perk. This is done before anything else. And we don't know how many of these you're going to have, which is why this is kind of problematic. So I guess we do bought perk and then this, and then we put this here. We delete that and set this to bought perk. Got one of my cats running into the room, putting his claws in the bed to bother me since they get wet food breakfast once in a while. Funny how cats learn to do that. Our cat just meows like an hour ahead of feeding time. And I was thinking about this the other day. I don't know if I mentioned this on stream, but we feed our cat at 8 a.m. and at 5 p.m. And she starts meowing at like 7 a.m. and maybe 4 p.m., sometimes a little earlier. And it makes me wonder, what if we just fed her earlier every day? Would she start meowing at 6 and at 3 and then at 5 and at 2? And would this just keep going an hour earlier and earlier every day? Or is there some time that she would be totally happy being fed and not meow sooner than that? And I don't want to even test it because I don't want to ruin her eating schedule if it's not going to actually change anything. 14,000-foot elevation was cool. Learning to drive down the mountain without overheating my brakes was a fun experience. Oh man, I was in California like a month or two ago, and we went up this mountain because that's where Google Maps took me. And it was one of the most stressful experiences driving. The speed limit was very low. There was almost no visibility. There were cars tailgating me like the whole time. And it was just a very long amount of time. I did not like it at all. So the overheating my brakes thing sounds terrifying. Are you breaking the game this Friday? I don't know yet, but hey, Dark. Feed her later so she meows later. Tailgating. I think it's because there are some locals who took that mountain pass, and maybe they're a little bit more, I don't know, like a daredevil than I am, because I wanted to be very safe and make sure I could actually see around turns before just plowing into a car. Okay, so unfortunately, bought perk and chose perk are very similar. So maybe like perk was bought, perk was chosen. I mean, that's what we're saying here. So I guess we do the same thing. Perk was bought. Let me find this. Perk was bought. Wait a second. Drat. That's ugh. Oh man. Fine. I'll go rename this again. And then we need to invoke this. And then put this here. And then the other thing is the perk choice tracker needs to know about this. Isn't there a thing here for that? Oh, here it is. Oh God. Why is this the hardest thing? Because I'm modifying the wrong function? Yeah, because I'm modifying the wrong function. So nothing's calling this right now? Okay. I think I made a stupid mistake. Oh my God. All right. Let's just call this A. We'll call this buy perk. I'm guessing that's what these other things have. Do they have a chose perk? They don't. Choose. No, they don't. All right. Whatever. I'm done with names. This is going to be perk was bought. And we're going to put a T at the end. And we're going to get the naming of this perfect. That'll go there. So this calls into buy perk. It calls this. And then it calls bought perk. And both. Cool. I just let those people pass. We were taking our time. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a good strategy. Was this the road down Sequoia? Where were we? I, I don't even totally. It was like East Bay area. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I want to say, I want to say Dublin, California, but I'm probably just free associating. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Fremont, maybe. Somewhere around there. I don't know how we got to where we were. Yeah, there was some mountain pass that we had to go through. Too much to visit. Is Sequoia the place with the? Oh wait, it's a national park. Let me look at the pictures. I might have been here. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't remember. I saw a bunch of very tall redwood trees. I don't know if that was at a national park or not, but it was pretty cool. I'll show you a photo I took on a hike we did maybe a month and a half ago or so. And I might have shared this on stream too. Where is it? Where's the picture? Oh, wait. I found it. Okay, yeah, I really like this picture. This one. It's a nearby hike, and yeah, it just looks nice. This wasn't even like the the main thing to take a picture of. I think there was a view at the top, and I just really like that. It is gorgeous. Yeah, I liked it a lot. It's very peaceful. And I think a lot of people who are in computers as a profession, whether they're programmers or project managers or anything, it's like the outdoors is kind of the opposite of what you're doing then for a living. And especially if you go hiking or you find any sort of meditation and exercising, I think it's a nice way to offset just staring at a screen all day. All right, so we can do these things. The problem is that now we need to base everything on buying a perk and not choosing a perk. And num perks bought is what's going to dictate the cost of the next perk. So let's go set these things up. This is just going to look like that. Yeah, so this is num perks bought. This is going to break how I set up the cost of new perks, I guess. Because you don't consider to have bought these perks. So the cost of a new adventure is going to be low. I got to think about how this is going to be. Broke my headphones for the second time within 2 weeks. How are you breaking them, Cypher? So I changed from num perks chosen to num perks bought, which means that specializations won't have higher prices for things. Is that a problem? Probably not. Eye emoji. A little burst of mental clarity and peace that I don't intend to carry in the day to day. Yeah. I think vacations are so important. And one of the things that I think it'd be great if the US did is just have like a mandated minimum vacation time. Imagine what everyone's mental health would be if there were like 4 weeks that you had to take off every year. Some people it would get worse because maybe they'd be like, I don't want to take the time off. But for most people, I think it'd be a lot better. Like, hey, I actually got time to spend with friends and family and pursuing hobbies or doing things I want to do. In fact, actually, something I kind of wonder about now is in countries with like more vacation or more mandated vacation, do retirees struggle to find activities they like? Because if you have more vacation, wouldn't you seek this stuff out before you retired? I snag it all the time. Ah, yeah. They have like quick release cables, right? You can probably find something that if you snag the cable, it just like snaps out. Alternatively, I guess wireless headphones. But yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Outdoor coding. Yeesh. Okay, so then this fixes one problem. Well, I think it fixes one problem. I'm not actually sure. Let's go try it out. And then we need the UI to show you when you can afford something. Maybe that's happening right now. I think all we need to do is just click Higher Adventure. So now Higher Adventure is still green. That's not right. That's not right at all. What's going on? There are two things that happen when you click buy. There's this, which calls into the child class. So adventurer perk choice tracker. Well, it's more like higher panel tab, I guess. And this calls generate choices and modify money. That's good. But then why is the higher adventurer button still a different color? The cost, if it's challenge mode, get the cost of the next perk. This is wrong, I guess. Quick release is a good idea. Yeah, I think some gaming consoles did that. I'm not positive, but I think that's a thing. Cost of next perk is 10. What? Oh my god, we're picking the wrong thing. Oh, this is so stupid. Oh man, okay, we got to figure out where this is supposed to come from. So this is perk choice tracker. There should be adventurer perk choice tracker, right? I think that's our problem. A lot of day activities and travel too. My grandma just retired and she goes to a dance class, book club, swimming once or twice a week. So that's stuff I would expect retired people to do. But I guess my point is, I don't know how many people would find that if they didn't have vacation. It'd probably increase the number by a small amount. It'd probably still be tough for workaholics to separate from work. Still says 25. I don't know why that happened. Okay, let's try that out again. Farming. Yeah. All right, so we click this and find out where this is coming from. This is from money changed. Okay, that's bad. This needs to be from money changed or from when the perk choices change. So I guess we could just do both. Yeah. So where do we do that? Where do we do that? We just make new ones here. I mean, I guess we can listen for it here. There's choices change and update by perk button. Yes, that's kind of like what I want. So this would be bought perk plus equal update affordability. What's the problem here? What is the problem here? Bought perk. Oh god. There's no action here. This thing doesn't know that you bought a perk. It probably should. I probably should have never done things this way. Oh man, I gotta think about this a little bit more. So what should have, I guess the model should have the bot perk thing and the UI shouldn't care. So this probably shouldn't exist. Why do we use this at all? Shows perk, update selected character. Update by button. This is a mistake. Except for this is probably not a mistake. Yeah, that one's not. But this should probably be done from the trackers. Okay, here's what I'm thinking about. I think that the UI having signals when there's an underlying model is not smart. We should probably just listen to the models. We don't have access to the models very easily though. Or the models don't have it at all. Either one's fine, but they shouldn't be in both places. In fact, who's listening to these? Is there a reason for this? changed. What does this do? Update. This is pointless, I think. What is this? Is this private? This is public. Oh my god. Okay. I think we're gonna do things differently. Yeah, I think we're gonna do things differently. Okay, let's comment this out for now. Come back to this. Okay, what is listening? Can we change a bunch of things right now? Can we do this? Can we call this Town Perk Choice Tracker? That would be nice. And then wherever we're listening for the UI form of this thing. So here. This has chose perk. Whatever listens for this stuff should probably not listen to it. Dot chose perk plus equal. Okay, so what I think we can do here. So dumb. What do we even do with this? I see. This is for the town perks panel. Okay, so what if we did this? Town dot UI dot menu dot that dot chose perk plus equal chose perk. Now this one I think has. Oh, that's not what this is called. It's called choices changed. Yuck. Yuck. Oh, I hate naming functions. Hey, Goose. Good morning. I know what I want to do. I need to rename everything in the process, I guess. Also, choices changed. It kind of makes me wonder, what is this used for? Choices changed is saying to update these things. I think that's probably fine, but I guess that's only true when you bought a perk or when you chose a perk. Do we invoke this in two different spots? Set perk choices and then chose perk, yeah. So it's buying and choosing. So there's no reason to do this. Although we do lump them into one thing so that we can update the UI when this happens. Yeah. So bought or chose is what we'd essentially have. And then what is this? This is probably wrong. This is wrong. Okay. All right. I've unraveled enough of this, I think. Yuck. I still don't like this though. All right. So to get this working. All right. Let's go back to here. So this is either buying or choosing will trigger this. Is there a reason to do that? Because we only have 4 listeners for this, I believe. That one's wrong, and these 4 are correct. These 4 being correct, we need to change it so that we are listening to both buy and choose. Yeah, I don't think I like the idea of having, like, imagine a function like this, or functions like this, I guess. Public void buy perk. We do bought perk dot invoke. Private void choose perk. We do chose perk dot invoke. Okay, so these are fine. This makes sense. But we could have done this bought or chose perk dot invoke. And I'm saying I think this is a bad idea. Because why not just listen to the individual events? Right? It's just more code that can go wrong. So yeah, I think we're going to stick to this. Which means I need to separate these things out. So there's a lot of little refactoring I need to do. But it'll at least hopefully fix this bug in the end. Okay, let's get to it then. So we got to rename some things. This is going to be event bought perk for now. And I'll just write to rename this. Once we have all the names in place, or all the things in place, it should be a lot easier. And then chose perk, and we again put it to do there, saying rename this. And then we don't have choices change anymore, so set perk choices is not a thing. Or well, it is a thing, but it doesn't call in any function. Or it shouldn't. This thing broke. We'll get there. We will get there. So this is generate choices. Where's that come from? Comes from buy. Yep. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. So chose perk should call event chose perk. Bought perk should call event bought perk. We should get rid of these from the trackers themselves because it's pointless. Or from the UIs. Ugh, yuck, yuck, yuck. All right. Yeah, so delete. Where is it? Choose perks panel tab. Delete these from this code. How do you can't write a code snippet, can you? No, you can't. Okay, let's just do that then. And I'll just set this to consoles and maybe green. Yeah, there. Okay, yeah, so that code has to go. In fact, maybe we just delete it now. Does chose perk actually need the perk that we got out of this thing? Nope. Nope. And nope. Okay. So we delete those. That's going to break a bunch of code. This now knows how to invoke this. That's much better. I like that. We don't need this. Nice. Looks good. I like it. We're doing things in a sane way. Okay, now for this stuff to change. This calls update the buy button because the cost needs to change. This is when you buy a perk though. Why do we do this? Where does it get called from? What? Hey, Smack. Oh, there it is. Okay, I was confused for a second here. So updating the buy button, I got to find the original caller for this. Let's just do this and we should be able to find it. There it is. Update from perk choices. I think that's the only one. There's also this, but I think that's pointless. So I'm going to delete this one. Building something and make more town perks available. That's not even true anymore. Yeah, that's not true. So every time you buy something, we need to update the buy button. Should be simple, right? We just call that here. Yeah, easy. Okay, we're getting there. Now for these, I would like to listen to all of... how are we going to do this? We need to fetch all of these, I guess. We're initializing all these panels with the right trackers. So I want a list of whatever these things are. What are these things? They are perk choice trackers. I want a list of perk choice trackers equals... And it should know how to fill this in for me, although I can copy paste if we want. Wait, this is the panels tab container? What is this doing? Update from perk choices. What? This is bought perk. Event bought perk. This actually doesn't need a change, I guess. Yeah, I think that's fine. There's another place though that does. And I don't know where that is. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do we fetch these in multiple places? We initialized them all. I don't think that's needed. Well, maybe. We also update all the descriptions. Okay, yeah. So getting all the trackers would probably be a good idea. Let's save them all off. Private list perk choice tracker. There we go. I guess we can make this read only. And we set them in here. Actually, we could just do this. It's probably smarter. Null. Except for I don't think you can make it read only if you do that. All right, so set this to these 4 things. Yeah, that works. No, it doesn't. We'll just do this. Okay, these are panels. These are not trackers. And don't we update the descriptions from somewhere? Yeah. Okay, so my bad. What are these things? They are choose perks panel tabs. All right, so we'll rename this to perks panel tabs. Now just iterate over all of them. And we need to do this on 2 different things. Event, oh, that's not there. Do we have the tracker? Oh God, we can't get the tracker. It's protected. We could make it public. Yeah, we could make it public. Which would then allow us to change this code. Oh my God, what did I call it? Perk choice tracker. Perk choice. What? It's public. Why is it not auto-completing? Oh, I need the tab. Yeah. All right. So this is this one. Chose any perk. And what does this do? It updates the descriptions of all of these things. But this is only when you've chosen one, not when you've generated them. So then we're pretty much done. What is this? The name, perks panel tab. No overload matches delegate action. We don't use this anyway. And now we don't need this here. We're getting there. Hey, Galaxy Inferno. Good morning, sort of. It's morning for me. 8:52. Good morning to you too. Hi, June, August. Welcome in. Did I just copy paste that? I think I did. Yeah. So what we want to do here is now update choice descriptions. Is even this necessary? Where is this called from? It's literally only there. All right. I think we're fine. Okay, so what am I missing now? I'm going to try building. It's probably going to error out. Fellow West Coaster, yeah. Assimilated my partner's night shift schedule. Oh, man. Night shift schedule. Can I ask you a heavy question? I apologize since it's my first time here. Yeah, sure. Hey, Artie. Okay, so this doesn't exist. I don't know what this is even supposed to do. What is it supposed to do? Okay, no, this makes sense. But this needs to change. This is just when you choose a perk to populate it here. But it's only for town perks, so that's all we care about. And that's where this is supposed to come in. The tracker event chosen perk. Yeah, that. Why is this a problem now? Because they don't take in the choice, and we need to know the choice. Oh, no. No. All right. Well, then we're going to go create a bunch of errors. This will get slightly worse before it gets better. We need to know which thing you chose here, too. Okay. There. Yeah, now this needs to change. All the listeners need to change. This part's easy enough, I guess. This is what? Choice UI dot choice. And now we go update all the listeners. How do you plan to bypass the YouTube changes on August 13th? I need advice. I'm not exactly tech savvy. I tried looking for advice online, but I hardly understand any of it. I don't even know what you're talking about. YouTube August 13th. YouTube to use AI to add age restrictions for US users. YouTube will introduce an age estimation model for US-based users to identify those under 18, regardless of birthday provided. This is crazy. Initiative aims to enhance protections and deliver age-appropriate experience for teenage users. So okay, for one, how do you plan to bypass? I'm older than 18, so I don't need to bypass it, and I can't imagine that Like YouTube has seen that I've pretty much had an account for almost 18 years now. So I don't think there's going to be any question about me being more than 18. So the short answer is this doesn't apply to me. With that said, if I were younger than 18 and I were trying to watch content for someone older than 18, I'd probably go on someone else's account. That's probably what I'd do. But also, what videos on YouTube require you to be older than 18? Is it like violent game trailers and stuff? I'm not even certain how much content you wouldn't be able to watch. Now, granted, I understand that watching game trailers, okay, there might be an issue, but like you could just go on Steam and Steam just asks for your birthday. They're not going to ban you. It doesn't sound like that's what's going to happen here. But I mean, if that happens, then I don't think you'd be able to bypass it, right? Yeah, I think this is a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction, what you're saying here. Like if you get banned from this sort of thing or blocked, I'd be very surprised. I think they just want to stop you from watching videos that require you to be older than 18. And I don't think they're doing it solely based on, hey, this person watches a lot of anime. I'm very sure that a company like Google is going to have enough data to make this decision in a way that is not going to have that many false positives. Also, please don't segment your messages. Most content is age restricted anyway. Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't. I would pretty much say don't worry about this. If August 8th is August, whatever it is, 13th rolls around and you're like, oh my God, I got banned or I can't watch any of the videos I want to watch, I'd be surprised. I'd just be very surprised. I don't see something like that happening. And like I said, I don't know what content exists out there that you want to watch that requires you to be older than 18, but presumably then you could just like use your parents' account or something. So yeah, I don't see this affecting many people, or at least not negatively affecting many people. All right, did this build? I don't think so because of this. This doesn't exist. This is now event chose perk. No, it's not even that. It's menu dot battle tracker event chose perk. Okay, that looks good. I live in a different country with my parents. I think you mean from your parents, maybe? It doesn't mean you can't use their account, but also it could mean that you have another, I don't know, like local person you could talk to in my early 20s. I mean, I don't think you have anything to worry about then. I think, look, I see this happen a lot. There's like some proposed change, then there's a bunch of speculation which leads to some kind of like panic, and then the panic never materializes. Or I guess not the panic, but the speculated thing never materializes. So like wait until August 13th or August 14th, and if you're like, oh man, YouTube blocked me, then yeah, there's a problem, and probably they need to tweak some things. But this hasn't happened yet. And if you're in your early 20s, this isn't supposed to affect you. So I'd be very surprised. Like I said, I don't think Google's going to be like, huh, we just, 10% of the 19-year-olds were falsely categorized. We're not going to do anything about it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. So just hold off until August 13th or 14th or 15th or September 13th and see if this actually impacted you at all. Otherwise, this sounds like a bunch of, hey, I'm panicked about this thing, and it might never happen. Right? I don't see the benefit in being worried about it beforehand. Okay, so this doesn't exist, and we only need to update the buy button if we bought something, which is there. And then same thing with this sort of thing. This is event bought perk. And I want to do this for all of them, I guess. Do we have a build button here? We don't. So we have hire, we have buy perk, we don't have build, and we don't have battle perk. Yeah, so this should be sufficient. Let's try this out. All right, what do we got? So if I go to hire adventure, oh, that's already broken. Oh, all these are broken. Yeah, June, August. I would just say wait until the bad thing happens that you're thinking about. Because if it never happens, then it turns out all this worry is for nothing, right? I mean, I get, I kind of look at this yeah. Anyway, I've already kind of said everything I need to say about this. Yeah, I think it's probably pretty clear where I stand on this. I suspect August 13th is going to roll around. Nothing will change for you, and you'll be like, oh, okay, everything's exactly like how it used to be. By the way, please, 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 please do not segment messages. This was targeted at you earlier. Guess that's fair. As someone who's made content before, I guess they already have my identity, so it isn't a big deal. But for other people, it could be a privacy risk. Yeah, I think the number of content creators versus content consumers is such a small percentage. This is probably like 1 to 10,000 or probably even lower than that. Such that if they can use your identity as a content creator, it's like it's going to affect so few people that they need enough signals from other sources. This is kind of like what Netflix did about password sharing, right? Like Netflix had they said, "Hey, we're going to stop you from sharing passwords and we'll be able to tell when you're sharing your password." So a bunch of people were like, well, what if I'm traveling or what if I'm on vacation or something? And it's like, I don't think Netflix shut down their accounts. I think everything just probably worked fine. Now, granted, I'm not super plugged into that, but Netflix is still a massive, massive company making tons of money. Okay, so what's the problem here? Object reference not set to an instance of an object because we haven't set up the perk choice trackers yet because I haven't initialized these yet. That is totally fair, which is where we do this. And that should do it. Matt, I was like, oh, that's a very personal detail. All right, it's still broken, but in a slightly different way, at least. Yeah. So these buttons are never getting updated than they used to be. I gotta figure out how I broke that. Let's just look at the adventurers one. Nothing there. What do I hear? Nothing there. Maybe the generic tracker. Perk was bought. Update buy button. Ah, yes. This is now not being called. And it's not just when you buy something, it's also when you initialize this thing. So maybe as part of initialization we do this. Yeah, Potro. So after downloading videos and putting them on a Jellyfin server and using Nebula. Yeah. You know, I think there's been a general push for like companies want to identify users for a bunch of different reasons. And if you don't give them an identity, they'll come up with one. And I guess the best example of this is what Facebook did with their localhost exploit, essentially. Like, let's work around Android permissions to install a cookie that they shouldn't have been able to do so that they could track you still. All right, so we have an update from perk choices here. This used to call the update buy button. I guess we can just call update buy button. Yeah, that should do it. That should fix pretty much all the problems. And now we just have some naming problems. Naming problems are easier to fix, although I still find them annoying. All right, so we click higher, and now the button is white. But if I got enough money, it turns green. I'm gonna word wrap that. Okay. Let's try that again. So I go into adventuring. Now the first adventurer still costs 25. This is a little bit maybe stupid. Maybe you want to change that. I don't know. You'll end up with a whole bunch of adventurers this way. Maybe start with you with fewer adventurers. Maybe level 3 adventurers. I'm not certain. What is going on? Why can't I choose that? Well, I didn't test that, obviously. Okay, let's go find out what's broken there. This is update selected character. It's not even letting me pick the perk, though. There's the buy perk button. Then... Huh. Chose perk. Is this being hit? It is. It's just not... Oh, is it hiring the adventurer too? Is there an error? There's no error. I'm gonna figure out what's going on here. Yeah, it hired a whole lot of the archer. Okay, so it is doing something. It's just not clearing the choices. Where was clearing the choices supposed to happen from? I wonder. Bought perk. Something used to do this. I know for sure I had a clear choices somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Perk choice tracker dot chose perk. This I think is what cleared it. Yeah, it does clear it. Oh, but choosing used to wipe out the choices from the UI as well. So we need to update the UI based on the model changing. Okay, that seems reasonable. Where was that done before this, though? Oh, man. There was like perk choices changed, and it caused us to update. It was this. Something called this before. All right, I want to search. Let's go to GitHub. Kind of feel like this is the real game. I know what you mean. Yeah. All right, where is challenge mode? It's too hard to find. Let's just type challenge. There it is, add challenge mode. Okay, so I want to search this branch. I don't know if I ever learned how to do this. No, I did not. Oh God, how do you do this then? Can I type like branch, add challenge mode? I don't think that's even possible. Oh, come on. How do you do this? I don't think you can. All right, well then there's another way we could do this. We could stash everything. And I could just search, or we could just look through. There aren't that many things that changed. So it's not that, it's not that, it's not that. Oh, you could just do this actually. Oh no, you can't search all the left side of this stuff. Yeah, whatever, we'll figure it out. All right, so choices changed in perk choice tracker. Something must have listened to that. Yeah, it invoked this. And then whenever you change choices, it must have updated the UI. Where is that? There it is. Found it. And I changed this to bought perk. But it's also when you choose a perk. Okay. That's what I originally thought. And I don't know what I did. But we're about to fix it. So all of these need to be done differently. We have the trackers down there. Yeah, let's put these down there. So this is going to be this, bought, and shows. Yeah. Shows any perk, town perk, choice strings. Yeah, I think this will do it. All right, I think we finally got it. I say as soon as I break things. What could have possibly happened here? I bought this, and it calls this. It adds perk choices. Okay, something's wrong. Oh, it's calling into the wrong thing. Oh, whoops. I see. This is dumb. They all need their own functions. That's too bad. Because I don't like that. Well. Alright, I definitely don't like this. So for now, let's just duplicate this. And we need to change this to chose. And that'll work, but it's super ugly. Is there a command for challenge mode? Yeah. But let me just show you. You don't need to read that. I'll just test this really fast, and then if it works, I'll... Yeah, nice. It's working now. And this should be disabled, and it's not. Oh, that also doesn't work. Oh, no. Disable the buy buttons when you don't have enough money. They still need to listen for your money changing. Okay, so challenge mode is very different from regular mode. In regular mode, you see signs for specific things. So it's like if you want to buy this and you have enough money, you will just buy this direct thing. And then you can see its perks. And if you want to buy this perk, it costs 25. You can buy this perk. So that's regular mode. You slowly progress through the map. It takes you about 5 hours to beat the game, blah, blah, blah. When you beat that, you unlock challenge mode. Challenge mode, you start by picking a specialization. So for example, maybe this one, you start with a farm, you start with some farm perks. This one, you start with 2 extra adventurers, they're higher level. This one, you start with extra workers. So you're like, oh, which one do I like? Let's start with more adventurers. So you do that. And now any choices you would make, so let's say it's choosing a perk, you now choose through a roguelike set of choices. So here we're like, oh, we don't even have the farm, so this won't do anything. Oh, we don't have the treasure room, this won't do anything. We don't have the garbage slime, so this won't do anything. But let's say we pick this one, clear rocks. So now we have 9 plots on our farm that we don't have. But if we go to build and we get the farm, now we can see we got the 9 plots here. So you can see all the perks you have, but you can't choose to invest points in a specific one. Anyway, the problem is we're never disabling this button. I gotta go figure out how we're supposed to do that. Choose perks. Panel tab here. Buy button. It just, we set its visibility. We don't set its enabled state. Where do we where do we change this? I guess the child classes need to change it. Yeah, they do. And it's on money change and stuff. Okay, yeah, I see the problem. Spend way too much time on. Well, that's the point. Yeah, we did not have a replayable mode before this, and I'm hoping this system shapes up to be nice. If people are looking to play test this, I'm hoping to have it out by the end of Friday, and it'll be a kind of rough version 1, and any feedback would be great. So yeah, do consider joining as a playtester. All right, so I see what the problem is here, because this was never working to begin with. So it's either when money changes, or when you buy something. So we need like an update buy button enabled state. And I just need to do that in the right spot. It's going to be based on a bunch of different things actually. So I guess let's search for this. Yeah, this dot disabled equal update buy button. Oh my god. Oh, it's got to take in multiple things. Okay, so yeah, it's after you purchase or after your money changes. And we need to know if you have other things you can purchase. And I don't want to do this every single time your money changes. Okay, we might need to do some caching there then. What else do we have? Choose perks panel. This is pointless. Yeah, this is pointless. But the other ones are necessary. Yeah. So as long as we update the buy button every time you buy a perk, wouldn't this work? Perk. We do that already. It's not working. Not everything uses that though. And the adventure panel certainly doesn't. Okay. I think what we can do then is set the disabled state in here. Buy perk button dot disabled equals. Oh, what's that? We do cache this. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I think I know what we need to do then. This is gonna be easier than I thought. Wow. I didn't realize I did that. Yeah, this should be simpler. So we just need this to be in a function somewhere that we can call either when your money changes or when you call update buy button. Yeah. It should probably just be in update buy button. In fact, why can't this call update buy button? Because I guess it's doing this, which is caching this. Okay. All right, I know what I'm doing. Just took me a while. Protected virtual void update buy button enabled state. And write this here. And say why this is separate. This is separate from C update buy button because this doesn't do any lookups. Like for example, update buy button. Let me think about how to write this. Has to update the text of the button. So it needs to know how many more perks you may have available, which is probably not O of 1. This function should be done in O of 1 time. Yeah, there. Great. So now we need something to override all of these. That should be pretty easy. We do this. We copy this. We call update buy button enabled state. Which actually kind of makes me think, what's the point of doing things this way? Huh. And we don't have money in here. Isn't that fun? We can get it. Town.money. There. So now we don't need this. I find this is actually a bad way of doing things. Like the right way of doing things would be to specify what the type is so that if you ever change the type that you know you need to update this function. Okay, so we've done this for one of these so far. We need to do this for all of them. It should be easy. There's no point in even having made this function virtual because it's never called in a polymorphic way. So we get rid of this. We call update buy button enabled state. And we call it from here too. Update buy button enabled state. We say long underscore and we put all of this down here. Where we say town.money. Okay. All right, let's copy paste this to the final one of these, which is here. And put this there too. And then this goes like that. That changes. This changes. All right, then there's one last one, and it's what? The town perks? No. Battle perks? What did I not do this for? Yeah, this is it. So this has protected update buy button disabled state. This goes here. This is town.sludge. And technically this would be done here, but this is maybe not possible. I don't know. Okay, let's try it. The other thing I really got to do is get the 4th town track in the game. I just want to hear different music every once in a while. All right, let's test it out. So we do this. This is now grayed out. If I get 25 gold, which I don't have an easy way of doing, I guess we could sell maybe that potion and that potion. So let's add in 1 million customers. All we're trying to do is just look at this button, and once those things are purchased, there we go. So we need one more sale. There it is. Perfect. Turned enabled, and now we can click one of these things. All right, so let's go test out some edge cases of this. Let's also go to the end screen, and we have some like protection timer. Yeah, here it is. This shouldn't be done on debug mode, because I'm sick of that. Click protection timer. Timeout. Don't disable the buttons. Okay, so the wait time is there. And what is that, a double? Float? Double. Double wait time equals feature flags dot is debug. Wait for like 0.2 seconds. Otherwise, wait for that. It's annoying having to wait on a debug build. Skeller F starts playing every single time. Yeah, the DK rap was higher production quality. I feel like if the Skeller rap were higher production quality, people would want to listen to it. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to pick a town perk for something we don't have. So this takes the pond. Let's pick that one. This takes the Enchanter's Den. So we're going to choose that. And now we're going to hope to find the Enchanter's Den here. We did not. But that's okay. We can try again. There it is. And it says you have one perk. So now what we do is we click here and we find another perk for it. There. So now it should say we have 2 perks. Still says you have 1. Auto casting and then... Yeah, that's not working. Nothing's easy. This should have been hit. Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't have been. Build panel. We call update description on the build panel, which just updates every perk choice. And this is done after you've chosen a perk? Should be after you've chosen a perk. Maybe I used the wrong thing. No, I did it on buying a perk. Wait, no, that's wrong. It's on choosing a perk. All right, that's not so hard then. The function's even called chose any perk, and I set it on bought. Sometimes I just don't pay attention. Okay, that should fix this now. All right, so we choose, let's click build. So here it says 0 perks for the Enchanter's Den. Now we find something that requires the Enchanter's Den, which we have not found yet. There. So there's 1. So now this says you have 1 distinct perk. Now let's find another one. Oops, I just clicked. I don't know what I clicked. Yeah, I technically did find another one there. Nice. Okay, so now it says 2. Perfect. Now this one is curious. How can I even have a... Oh, right. I added the storage. It should be the one with the highest level. There it is. 7. Yeah. Okay, cool. We did it. That took a long time. Does everything work? Higher adventure is green. Choose perks is green. We need to look at the choose perks thing. So choose perks is green. We click buy. It's still green. We click buy again. It's still green. Wait, the price didn't go up. What? Price is static. What's happening here? Nothing is easy, is it? Number of perks bought minus the number of starting perks. Okay, this is not needed anymore. That's why. We were subtracting 3. We can get rid of this too. We were subtracting 3 because it used to count them as purchased perks and not chosen perks. Which means I might need to fix something else too. But now I think that'll work. So now it's 10. It should go up to 15 next time. Yep, 15. That's fine. This is still green over here because it's 20. As soon as I click this button should turn white. Okay, wait. Maybe it's green because you have a choice? If I click this, does it turn white? No. Oh, God. All right. Well, not everything can work, I suppose. So choose perks button is highlighted green if you have enough money or if you have deferred perks. So after you've chosen, we need to update this. Yeah. So this is chose perk. And And then what? The same thing needs to be done for this? This is affordability. I don't like that. Hey, Graham, I'm doing well. I have been productive so far. It's just been slower progress than I wanted. But this is a task I wasn't looking forward to, and it's at least nice to be getting it done. All right, we got to do the exact same thing I just did. There. Okay, so this is still green until I click this. Now it's white. Perfect. And when you get money, it turns green again. Okay, that's all working. The higher button does not work that way. Yeah, I mean, I'm usually working hard. All right, so the higher button turns white as soon as you buy this. It should be green to indicate that you have a choice. But I'm going to leave that as a polish task for later. Polish task for later. The higher adventurer button on the town menu should stay green while you have a deferred adventurer choice. The town perks already work this way. It also means that we need to listen to... What is the other thing we need to listen to? Available... Where is it? What? Where do we do the thing? Right there, event bought perk. We need to listen to event chose perk on this thing. There. All right, so that's a polish task for later. So let's put that in the polish section. But have we done these other things? Disable the buy buttons when you don't have enough money. They need to listen to your money changing. I think having UI signals is dumb. If the first adventure costs 25 and the second costs 50 and you have 50 and hire just one adventure, higher adventure still green since purchase doesn't cost that happen. The same thing happens with buildings. Button looks enabled. It should be enabled. All right, let's go try that one. So build is highlighted. It's green. Well, it's not green, I guess, but it's highlighted. So you can click it and then it should be disabled after that. Yeah. And if I get the money, it becomes enabled. Yeah, cool, great. All right, so that's fixed. I changed from num perks chosen and num perks bought, which means a lot that specializations won't have higher prices. Is that a problem? Yeah, so here's the idea. We have specializations. We only have 3 right now. There's farming, there's adventuring, and there's industry. And this is start with the farm and 3 perks. Well, 3 farming perks and 3 random perks. This is start with +2 adventurers, +3 battle perks, and +3 random perks. And this is start with +4 workers, +1 town perk, and +3 random perks. Yeah. So the big question is this, and this is the game design question, which is, should the perks chosen for you count toward the cost of future perks? Normally, perk costs are like 5 gold, 10 gold, 15 gold, and so on and so forth, up to like 3 times X gold. If we count, so in farming mode, if we counted the 6 you start with, then the first perk would be 35 gold, I guess. I don't know, 30 gold. I'm probably off by 5. It doesn't matter. So that cost is not nearly as low as 5 gold, obviously. And then every single perk after that would be more expensive. So I think the answer to this should be no. Leaning heavily toward no. Because it's nicer to the player. But what this does is it means that we need to start considering what is the cost of all of this stuff. So the farm would have been 25 gold. The farming perks would have been like 5 plus 15 plus, or 5 plus 10 plus 15, which is what, 30? So the total cost would be 55 gold, but that's not entirely fair because this thing costing 25 then bumps the price of everything else. This costing 5, 10, 15 then would have bumped the price of everything else. So it's more like total cost is 55, but it's more like 100 gold or something. Although even that's not totally true because it's picking specific things for you. The value is probably even higher than that. Starting with 2 adventurers would have been 25 plus 50. 3 battle perks would have been 5 plus 10 plus 50. This is gold. This is sludge. And then 3 random perks. 3 random perks are there for everything, so we don't need to consider that. So this would have been 75 gold and 30 sludge. But again, now you have adventurers, you have more momentum. 4 workers is actually impossible to get without quests right now, but that'll probably change in the future. And then the 1 town perk would be 5 gold. So are these all kind of similar? Does it even matter? I mean, literally, what if we had a choice of like rich mode and we said you get 1,000 gold at the beginning, and we had poor mode and we said you get 5 gold at the beginning? Obviously, this one's better. It's a lot easier. But is that a problem that you even expose both of these? I don't think so. Some people might just be like, I want the challenge. So if some of these specializations are inherently imbalanced, I think that's okay. Some people might be like, yeah, adventuring mode is like easy mode. So if you want to play on easy mode, try that one. So yeah, I think this is fine. Thought about this for a while, realized that I don't think it's a problem, and that some modes will probably be easier than others. Well, some specializations. That's okay. So we'll just cross it off. We should indicate when you have a choice you've deferred, should turn to green, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we should do that with everything. I think it's in polish here. We should do this with any such choices that you can make. All right, so I'm going to just delete this. And then highlight a perks button when you can afford it. It doesn't do this for town perks right now. What? What? I don't know what that means. I don't know what I was thinking when I wrote this. Highlight a perks button. Maybe I meant... I don't know what I meant. Yeah, I don't know what I meant. Okay, well, I'm just going to put a question mark next to this one. Update. I don't know what I meant by this, but playtesting should suss it out at some point. Okay, done with that. Let's go check this in. This is quite the beefy change. So let's keep track of all the changes in a commit message over here. So what are we doing? We now base costs. Hang on a second. I just realized something. Yeah, that's correct. But this is probably not. Force grant perk. Grants a perk. This is typically used to grant a perk through code in such a way that it's as though the player chose it in the UI, but did not purchase it. Maybe I should clarify that elsewhere. Maybe I should say this is not the same as purchasing a perk. So the cost of future perks will not increase. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, so base costs or costs of perks are now based on the number of perks you've bought, not the number that you were granted. This means that specializations should have an easier time affording the stuff that was given to you inherently. Okay, so that's change number 1. So that's all the stuff we see there. Oh, rename this stuff. I didn't do that. Now let's rename it in another commit. Let's write that down here. Rename the stuff I wrote to-do items about. I just don't want to, I don't want to mess up this commit or spend any longer on this particular one right now. But yeah, that's all that stuff. The other thing we did is events like bought perk and chose perk now only exist on the trackers, not on the UI. This should simplify some things, some code. Okay, looks good. Yep, I mean, a lot of this stuff should be pretty much identical now. And updated the town menu and buy perk buttons appropriately based on cost. Before this, the they would be updated based on based on old costs, making it look like you could afford something when you really couldn't. Also, that was just wrong. It was just outright wrong. You're picking the wrong thing. Then renamed the town's perk choice tracker. Is that what it's called? Make it more obvious that it's the town's copy. All right, looks good, looks good. Yep. Nice, yeah. It's always nice when you look through a commit and you're like, this is sensible. This is how I would have done this. Because while you're working on it, it doesn't feel like it's sensible sometimes. Okay, that I might want to take a little bit closer look at. Everything else here looks fine. And then this code I think is garbage. Oh, that's a different bug fix altogether. Yeah, I gotta check that in on its own. Fix bug with chef slime perk. Spicy cooking couldn't list the... Wait a second, what does that show as? Do I have the farm? No, I don't. What does that show as? We need to find spicy cooking in here, and I don't know what it's going to show. Oh, it's going to say this requires the chef slime, although finding it is going to take a long time, huh? Because there are a million of these. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep clicking until I can find it. This is a dumb way. Oh, there. It was right there. Okay, yeah, it's at it. Great. I'm happy. Thought it would take longer than that. Spicy cooking couldn't list that it needed the chef slime. So that's that commit. That doesn't really matter as part of this. And then this also can be checked in separately. Lower click protection time on dev builds. When winning challenge mode, the buttons would be disabled for 2 whole seconds. That's a waste of my time. Rage face. There we go. Okay, so now we're down to the rest of these. And I said one thing kind of triggered me here. This choose perks panel tab. Where is that? Can I click that? Yeah. All right, what are we looking at here? It wasn't that. It was this. Buy perk, bought perk, update buy button. What does this do? That's good. That's maybe good, but this might be getting called another time. I'm not sure. And that calls in the class. Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then the final thing that I said was garbage code was this. Yeah, this is really shoddy. All right, so how would we do this? Well, we could make it a little bit simpler by keeping track of like a dictionary of choose perks panel tab to an action and put like change handlers here, and then make a new dictionary that does something like this. Yeah. And then in here, what we do is we try getting the action handler, and we set this and this, and then delete all of this stuff. And it should build, and it looks slightly cleaner. Oh, that broke completely. What's the problem here? One, action doesn't exist. And then what's the problem with this? These are trackers, not tabs. Perk tracker. No, yeah, nice. That compiles. Or well, it lints. It should compile. Yay. Does it work? I gotta be careful changing these things. Alright, so how do we test? We do this. We see fishing pond has 0 perks. Choosing one of these perks for the fishing pond, which we weren't even offered, and still weren't offered, and still not. Still no. There it is. Okay, now it should say 1 perk. Yeah. And if we get another perk for the fishing pond, it really doesn't want to offer me these, does it? There it is. Now it should say 2 perks. Yeah, perfect. It should also do that for, I should test that for adventurers. So the golem and the cleric, we need to find, yeah, there's a golem one. And now it says you have 1 perk. Perfect. Okay. Well, well, well. So delete all this. And get our commit message. Copy and paste. Clean up perk code, I guess. Ooh. Next to-do item is to rename the stuff that I wrote to-do items about. Rename this. Yeah, just these 2 things. This shouldn't be that hard. we really just need to come up with names for that. So this is bought perk. It could be buy perk. Buy perk and choose perk. And then rename this to bought perk and chose perk. Hello. There. All right, how's that look? Yeah, it looks pretty good. That would have changed a bunch of files. That's okay, they're just renames. Yeah, I'm not gonna read through this. I used the refactor tool, so there's no way I could have messed up types or the call sites or anything. It would have just been a rename. So as long as it builds, as long as it looks like it's working, happy with it. So there's rogue. We pick a rogue perk. We're not even offered the rogue. We're still not offered the rogue. Come on. There it is. Rogue. Okay, now it says you have 1 perk. Nice. Build, same thing should happen. You have 1 perk for the enchanter. Sounds good. Get a town perk. So this says this requires a fishing pond and this requires the slime. If we build the fishing pond, this requires a fishing pond goes away. Yeah, nice. Everything's good. All right, so rename some listeners. And now this can go here. Finished. Ooh. Okay. So let's try to figure out what's the next best thing to do. I wanted some basic tracking. Well, let's think about this for a bit. So I want some kind of tracking to know what's working and what isn't without players having to self-report. So I guess the ideal situation is the game just automatically uploads runs to my mini PC. And then I can analyze them if I want. But I don't know if that's necessary. Hey, Flare. I don't know if that's necessary. And I'm not even sure. I guess first we need to know, what am I even doing with this stuff? What would I be doing with this data? I guess using... Yeah, Archie. Arkea? How do you pronounce your name? Or you replace the tree tiles? I think they're from a texture pack. There's a lot of stuff that's from a texture pack. And no, the plan is not to replace those. So the credits command that I just linked in, that links to the texture pack that a lot of this came from, which is Super Retro World. So yeah, a lot of what you see, like the grass, the stone, the shops, these NPCs that you see here, the rocks, the water, those are from texture packs. And then the artist on the project, Quickie Joe, did a lot of the other stuff that you see. So every adventurer is custom made for this game. A lot of the projectiles are custom made. Every single icon is custom made. This battle map is mostly custom made. There are some pieces like these trees that are reused, but like the mountain I don't think exists. The volcano doesn't exist. So yeah, there's a lot of custom art. The goal is not to make it 100% custom art. Hey, Karada. We talking about gathering player data? Yeah, but just from playtesters. This is just from playtesters. So it is not from people playing the game legitimately. So we probably still need a privacy policy, but I can just put it in a Google Doc or something like that, not on the Steam page. And even then, we don't need to do this automatically. So would I be doing this data? Probably using it for balance and using it to figure out what's fun. I think those two things. Is your J double tapping? I think it is. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. When I type just. Okay, no. It's working now. But it's definitely double tapping sometimes. Has a GDC talk about this? Yeah, I think Slay the Spire really went like all out with this, and they needed to for what kind of game they were trying to make. This is more casual than that, but it could still probably benefit. So I think this is the ideal situation, but I think the second best is we put an upload run button in the game and like attach the privacy policy to that. Say something like, this is just for playtesters. You'll be uploading anonymous data to Adam's computer. There's really no personal information in it. I'm not even totally certain. Maybe we have you tag it with your Discord name or something. You probably wouldn't want to type that in every time. But anyway, no matter how we get the data, we need to figure out what we'd even be tracking. And yeah, I think all of the configuration you did, number of runs you've done, I don't think we need that if we have an identifier. We don't explicitly need this if we upload every run and have identifiers for which person is which. It could just be a random UUID that gets saved somewhere. How long did you spend? Did you win or lose? What choices did you make? What levels did you end up at? What levels? I don't know what that was supposed to be. But yeah, this is pretty much just... We could boil pretty much all of that down to your configuration at the beginning, the data that shows on the end screen, and the specific perks that you had. That's it. It's just kind of 3 pieces of data. And maybe an identifier. Okay, so now here's the difficult part. Let's fast forward. It's 3 weeks from now. Playtesters are like, oh my god, the game's amazing, but there are some balance issues. And I'm like, okay, well, we coded this feature, so I guess let's look through the runs. How do we analyze that data? I think we need to do something like what... There's a Hearthstone deck tracker that does something kind of interesting. So they have win rates for cards based on whether you drew it or played it. So like the drawn win rate of a card may be like 45%, and the played win rate of the card may be like 60% or something. And from these, you can kind of use it to figure out general power levels, but then you're going to optimize for these metrics, and it doesn't tell the full story. So I'm debating whether we even need to do any of this right now. I'd like to have some information on, you know what? Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe we just gauge for fun at first, and we do it based on number of runs, or like wins and losses. And I don't know. We should have a game version. Okay, well, how do we do this? I guess we make a network request to my mini PC with a JSON blob and a password. And the password is just something the playtesters have. It's not even something playtesters have. It's just something the playtest version of the game has. And then the mini PC just records a JSON blob somewhere. So yeah, technically this is not a difficult thing to do. Except we need to like have to be a password so that the API endpoint doesn't get spammed. It could be something like if into the assembly. Pen upload malware. I mean, it would just be JSON files. I'd probably have some limit on the size. I'm not gonna make this like super secure or anything. Someone could probably spam my computer with 1 million JSON files and then I just fill disk space. At which point I just turn this whole thing off and I don't get stats from people. Or I guess I just stop that person from playing the game and take away their playtest key. And then change the password. Yeah. But I'm not super concerned. If someone crashes my mini PC, it's not a big deal. Okay, so then the kind of final question is this worth doing now? I would use this data to figure for balance and to figure out if the game is fun. Like easy questions to answer would be how many times does each person play? How many times does each person win? Roughly how many perks are people getting? How long does it take for people to win? And these are important questions. There'd also be some questions that would be nice, like when did people stop playing? But we won't be able to get that at first. Because this will only upload at the end, I guess. So I guess if you quit a run, we wouldn't know. I don't think this is worth doing right now. I think it'd be nice to have. I don't know what phase this should even be in. So maybe we rely on self-reporting at first. We could even make the self-reporting easier though. There could just be a copy button and you copy paste it into Discord. You could save the files and then allow you to copy. At first, the easiest way to do this would be to export a JSON file every time you finish a run, and then just have people copy paste their files into Discord. I still don't think it's worth it for right now though. I think we just need the game to be fun and people can just self-report, yes, I'm having fun or I'm not having fun. So I'll put this in phase 2. Okay. All right, well, let's get through the rest of this to-do list then, because the sooner we can get down to this, the sooner playtesters can test it. We are getting rid of some things on this. All right, so somehow ended up with level 2 warehouse storage and 4 rows of storage. Yeah, I think there's some problem here. Let's go find out what it is. All right, so where's warehouse storage? There it is. Let's delete everything that's not warehouse storage. A fillable online form. I want to make it low friction. And I think a form might... Well, oh, you mean for self-reporting? Yeah, that would work. Yeah, like how many runs did you play? Did you have fun? What would you want to see? I mean, even if they mess with JSON files, it's like... I think I'd probably need some identifier for who is this person to know that they're a valid person and not let people see what other people's identifiers are, so you couldn't make something up. And I mostly trust the playtesters to not mess with the data. But, you never know. But I'm still not going to even code it for right now. All right, so the warehouse. We don't remove the warehouse, and we make certain that it shows up at first. So this should be our repro. Import into SQL A3 or something. Yeah, we could do that. I think analyzing the data, regardless of where it is going to be difficult. So as an example, let's say you... Oh, I messed that up. Anyway, let's say you have 50 perks in the game and no one is picking perk number 37. Like, or I guess very few people. Or no, let's say it the other way. Let's say it this way. Like, perk number 37 is underpowered. How do you even tell that it's underpowered? So maybe one way is you rely on players to be able to judge for themselves. So when someone has a few runs, if they're like, oh, I'm never picking perk number 37, maybe that's how you could tell. maybe you could, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how you do this. Just arrived, not sure what the problem was. It's something different from that. Well, welcome in, Zico. Anyway, I think analysis is going to be tough for that data. And I thought this was hard even in the botland days to come to sort of basic conclusions about, like, are people having fun or not? So yeah, we'll probably leave it at self-reporting at first. In fact, maybe the form idea is something I should write down. Maybe make a Google form that shows after you complete 2 runs. I don't know. All right, so we've got level 3 of this, which is 32 storage. So now when I build the warehouse, we have 32 storage. Then when I choose another town perk, it should go up to 40, and I think this is gonna break. Yeah, it just doubled the size. That's wrong. Hey, Chippy. All right, so I can guess what's going on here. We call reflect player abilities. Yeah, this is the problem. We're starting at 0 every time. We need to only know what level you should be at. So we need to figure out how many displays you should have. In num displays, or like desired num displays. All right, how do we do this? I coded this poorly, I think. Yeah, I coded this poorly. Link to the main menu on the death and win screen. Almost everyone filled it out on the first playtest. No one did in the second one. I don't know if this data helps you. Yeah, I had a form for a while from the game too, and it was moderately helpful. Music great, thanks. Yeah. Also, I don't know if I said hi, Chippy, but hi, Chippy. Yeah, I really want to add in the next town music track, and then I do want to work on some like boss battle music at some point too. All right, so reflect player level needs to know how many displays you should have. So desired number of displays is going to be equal to this times your level. This would seem right, except for level 0 gives you 8 displays, so I think it's actually times level plus 1. And then if you're missing displays, how do we even get how many item displays you have? Get all item displays. Is there a way to get the number of item displays? I don't like this. I don't like this idea at all. It's O of N though. All right, well, whatever. We'll just get it once. Int num item displays, so actual, and I guess we rename this to expected. The actual is this. So now we say for I equals the actual, I is less than the expected, I plus plus. That's stupid. It's just, oh man, yeah, this is stupid. So let's get the num needed equals expected minus actual if num needed greater than 0. I'll say while num needed is greater than 0. We'll do upgrade, upgrade, and then num needed minus equal that. Okie dokie. So this will probably work. It is a little bit hacky. I'll take 2 any day. How about 3? Hey, Chippy. Now you're like, that's too many. Hey, Pepsi. Get back to game dev after a 5-year break. Was thinking of relearning Unity. What are your thoughts on Unity versus Godot? I've got a why Godot command that talks about why I use Godot for myself, but I don't think that should influence anybody else. So my own thoughts on Unity versus Godot are a bit limited because I've used Unity for maybe like 3 months in my life. So not a very long time. And those 3 months spanned more than 10 years, I think. So could I tell you about the technical capabilities of Unity at this point? No, I don't think so. Can I tell you about the technical capabilities of Godot? For 2D, yeah. And I think it's been pretty good. So at least Godot seems fine. But that is not a complete picture for you. So I would say to do some research. Like more than 3. Okay, I'll stop. All right, so we build the warehouse. We have now 4 rows of this. And then we get the next row. And it should just have added 1. Good. If we get the next one, it adds another one. And let's just, for the sake of completeness, get the other 2. There's 1 more. And there is another one. Okay, now we need to do this in the opposite way. This is a little annoying. We get rid of this code. And now we'll have level 0 warehouse when we build it. And it should start with 8 displays. And it should render correctly. So if I click build warehouse, you have 0 perks. We got that correct, right? We don't even have a perk for it now. Now we click level 1 and it goes up to 16. Yeah, nice, it's working. All right. We fixed that bug. So now we got to delete everything we just messed up. That, and all of that, and all of that. And that. So our only real change was the 1 function. Yeah. Bix warehouse storage upgrade. Every time you upgraded it, it would grant the current levels worth of item displays, which meant you would always double. I don't know. You'd always add too many. Yeah. Let's just delete that. Let's not even write anything else. This is a bit hacky. I recognize that. I'm going to just leave it as hacky for now. All right. So that is done. Make right-clicking print a log. Oh my God, this is so annoying. Okay, so we have a debug function in here that gives you 100 fish and 100 seeds. And every once in a while, I accidentally do this. And accidentally doing this messes up the balance for the whole run. I don't know how I'm accidentally doing this. Because I shouldn't... Oh, maybe it's when... Oh my God, I know how I'm doing it. Oh, let me try something. Okay, so I think here's what's happening. I think I have a potion on my mouse. And I'm hovering over this and it can't accept it. So I right click. Yeah, that's what does it. Right there. Oh, man. I think we don't allow this to work in challenge mode then. Yeah, and I think it needs to print a log message. Whoops. Why is that not working? There we go. You right-clicked the extractor on a debug build, which grants a ton of seeds and fish. So there's that, and if it's on challenge mode, so if town.gameplay.is challenge mode, then just don't even let this work. There's no real reason. There's kind of a reason. No, man. I'm gonna move where this is. This is added here. We don't have the town at this point, so let's put this over here. So if it's a debug and you are not in challenge mode, then add the handler. And now we need to fetch the clickable area again. Yeah, let's just save it off. Might as well. No, we don't need to do that. Okay, so I'll write a note. We only add the handler on challenge or on regular mode. Maybe I'll write it the other way. We don't add the handler on challenge mode because it's annoying to accidentally trigger when you're testing balance changes. Yeah, there. I think that's good. Okay, so now if I try right-clicking that, it does literally nothing. If I try right-clicking it over here, it now logs a message. You right-click the extractor, which grants a ton of seeds and fish. Yeah. Often you end up reading your commit messages, not super frequently. I still think it's worth writing them, but it's not the greatest use of time unless they come in handy in the future. So let's say add debug. Yeah, add debug right-click handler. Yeah, there. That way I can encapsulate all of this into its own function. Put this at the bottom. And write this up here. Adds a right-click handler, grants a large amount of seeds and fish when clicked. This isn't added. Should know how to type the rest of this. Challenge mode is being annoying. Cool. All right, nice. And that's that. Yeah, so what do we say here? Improve right-clicking an item machine. It now logs when you do this so that it's more apparent what you've done. And it doesn't work in challenge mode since I accidentally do it when right-clicking to drop an item that won't fit in a machine that I'm hovering over. Easy. Oops, I put that in the wrong spot. All right, I wrote some perk ideas down. These are not meant to be done right this second, but I will file these in the design section of the list. So we have some specific perk ideas. So what are these? One is auto create fish every so often. Is there a fishing pond one? Yeah, fishing. Auto fishing would be great. Auto creating fish without needing potions would be a nice early game perk. Yeah, there's that one. All right, next up is slime auto eats from the warehouse when hungry. Auto eat from the warehouse when hungry or when at max hunger. This would be super nice for challenge mode. Maybe auto eat already does this by default in challenge mode, or already should do this by default in challenge mode. That one's a little bit harder. Also, you won't be able to control this functionality. Yeah, if it does save 30 minutes of work, it probably won't save that much. Harvesting efficiency. Yeah, I never wrote anything for this, did I? I'll just write idea higher level. Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's that. Raise target objective. Yep. Let's go do that. 5,000. So I want the 5,000 to be 7,500. And I want the amount of time you have in challenge mode to actually be lower than this. So I did a playtest or two yesterday. I don't remember how many I did. But 45 minutes to lose means that at higher difficulties, it's going to take close to 45 to win. I think 45 minutes is a little too much. I looked up a while ago, what's the average length to win a roguelike run in other games. And it's somewhere in the like 30 to 60 minute range. Now, in a lot of other games, you lose runs quickly. So for example, you can play Slay the Spire and lose in like 2 minutes. That's literally impossible in Skeleton right now. The only way to lose is to actually take the time limit. There is no other lose condition other than just running out of time. And there are games that work like that. Vampire Survivors is the opposite. Vampire Survivors, you can't win faster than 30 minutes sometimes. But you could lose immediately. So, yeah, I don't like the idea of setting this number too high. We will allow you to save and reload while you are playing, so you don't have to spend 45 minutes all at once. But some people are going to want shorter play times. So let's start these a little closer to this. Now, this also changes the balance pretty drastically. Because I shaved off 10 minutes and also made the goal 50% higher. So yeah, you start with 35 minutes and your goal is 7,500 gold. Well, let's keep it. I'm just going to check this in. Change objectives in challenge mode. Raised win condition from 5,000 to 7,500 gold. Lowered time allotted from 45 minutes to 35 minutes. Cool. Okay, and then I wrote consider providing. Okay, so we did this. Consider providing difficulties like medium, hard, and hardest that make some basic changes. If we do that, update the explanatory text. Implementation note, we should bundle all this into a record struct. Yeah, so somewhere in the design here, we have some difficulty ideas. And we can pick maybe 2 of these. Level ups take twice the amount of sludge. Could randomize loot from locations. Could make it so you get perks for adventurers you don't have yet. We already did this. Enemies get harder. -1 starting workers. Honestly, none of this is super compelling. Yeah, this kind of makes me worry a little bit. The other thing I'm a little worried about here is it fun to make things take longer in a game? And I think the answer is sometimes. But we have the concept of quests are how you get workers. So maybe it's 12 small blue potions to get a worker. Well, 12 potions are roughly equal to 36 gold. So we're basically saying, hey, it costs you 36 gold to get a potion, or sorry, to get a worker, but you need to win enough battles. And I think the average you get, that's probably like 6 battles on average. And those 6 battles take maybe 10 to 15 seconds each. So you're maybe looking at like 90 seconds of playtime and 36 gold. So a minute and a half and your first 36 gold and you get your worker. So now let's say we add in like hard mode and we're like quests take 50% more resources. So now instead of 90 seconds, you're at 135 seconds. And instead of 36 gold, you're at 54 gold. It's like, I guess there's a little bit more of a decision to make, which is like when you get your worker, but I'm not sure it's more fun. Series of money milestones you have to meet instead of just one long stretch. My biggest issues with the game is that you can lose the run within 5 minutes, but the game actually ends 3 hours later because the only loss condition is time runs out. I know what you mean. That is a big difference though between 5 minutes and 3 hours. I think the problem with if you had checkpoints every, let's say 5 or 10 minutes, the problem is that your earning potential may be delayed purposely. So the simplest example I can think of here is like dragon Pokemon in the original generations. I think they took more experience, but were generally stronger, or at least that was this is probably not how it works in competitive Pokemon, but that was ostensibly what the trade-off was. So like you would just take a little longer to get to a higher power level. If you've got some build, the game allows the creative expression for you to do this, where your money growth looks like a curve where it just shoots up at the end. Like, I don't want you to get penalized for that because at 5 minutes you didn't have enough money. The other thing I'm not sure about is, what would this do for you? Let's say you're 9 minutes in and you're like, oh, I'm not going to get enough money. And then you lose it 10 minutes and you're like, that run was fun. Why did I have to lose it? Hey, engineer, maybe have it be removed. That might help with the challenge. So you need to be more careful with your adventures as opposed to having no risk if one dies. So I don't think there's any way to make that work in this game. And I'll show you why. Because I've thought about this a lot. And every single time I've rejected the idea. So battles, let's say we have a couple of adventures. Let's say we've got, this character and this character. So one is that battles have a flee button. So if you were like, oh, my adventure is about to die, you would just click this button. There'd be no penalty. You'd be able to start a new battle. So that's problem number one, is at any point you can flee. So it's basically saying, like, micromanage your battles in the most boring way. You can't just keep the windows off to the side. You can't just stop paying attention to them. Two is that some characters are basically meant to die. Like, the mushroom character has a bunch of abilities that say after dying, you revive. And then the warrior has taunt, which makes enemies attack them. So it's like, these characters almost always die in a battle. So you might say, okay, well, what if the whole team died? And then you run into the same problem originally, which is like, you'll just hit the flee button, right? So all we're really doing is saying, yeah, pay attention to the flee button and play very cautiously. And I don't think that's fun. I also think that challenge mode has some experimentation around, like, can I tackle the jungle yet? And if you send your adventurers into the jungle, or I don't know, you click the wrong area or something like that, and they all get like wiped out in one hit, and you're like, oh, my run's over now. I think that'd also be sad. So what we could do, and I still don't even think this is good, what we could do is be like, okay, well, what if regeneration time takes even longer when your whole team dies? And like, that's possible. The only thing I could see working is a team wipe leading to like 1.5x the regeneration time. Or maybe the regeneration time is just longer anyway. But hey, engineer. Both solid points. The first one, I might offer the counter argument that you can also have that same experience multiple times in the run if you have the milestones, and it adds some strategy to how much greed can you get away with. Second point, I have no counter argument. I don't remember what the second point was anymore, but the how much greed can I get away with, I think it's kind of the fun of the game to see how greedy you can be, because the whole point is get as much money as possible, and seeing yourself build up the town and feeling your strategy come together. I think that is, oh hey, that's a problem. That should never be happening. I gotta write that down. Where is that? Fix this bug with a duplicate thing printing out. Dead simple to repro by just always granting the same perk 3 times. Second point, was it losing a run that you're having fun with this lane? Yeah, well, I think it'll become more apparent while people play test, like, what is interesting. I'm very torn on all of this stuff. I don't want to lean too much on the inspiration from any other game that's been done. I want to think of what makes sense for Skeleseller. And I think having a bunch of different perks would be nice. I think being able to increase the difficulty would also be nice. Adding them on yourself might be better. Like, the original design was each time you play, or each time you win, we'll add one more difficulty modifier. They're always modified in the same order for everyone. So it would always be something like, minus 10% income, and then afterward it'd be minus 10% income and plus 5% enemy strength, and so on and so forth. They just keep stacking up. But we could do something like the heat system in Hades, I think it was. I haven't played Hades in forever, where just you pick the modifiers, and you need to reach a certain threshold. I don't think that's interesting or as interesting. I think the problem that I have is that one is more like a sandbox and the other is more like a set of challenges. And that framing is important. Where did I write that down? Stations, adventures, battle map, difficulty progression. Also, it makes the challenges seem like less of a sandbox. Some people want direction when they play. I just don't know if we have enough that'll make this interesting. Anything we do that makes the beginning of the run slower is going to be unfun, I think. Yeah. Anything that changes the beginning of the game will probably not be very fun. It's probably better to make adventure costs rise by 5 more gold each time than to make the first one more expensive, than to make the whole series start at a more expensive cost. Not changes the beginning of the game, anything that slows the beginning of the game. Probably better to make adventure costs rise by +5 gold each time than to make the whole series start at +10 gold. I don't know, something like that. Oh man. I guess, yeah, maybe we just shouldn't do this right now. Maybe it'll become clearer when people play. Like, how do you want the difficulty to go up? Do you want a heat system, an ascension system? The more important question is, how will it feel like the difficulty has changed your decisions? If there's a single best strategy that you're always enacting, then I don't think it's fun. Maybe we don't do that yet then. Yeah, this is an implementation note. I think we'll keep up here somewhere. At the time of writing, it's just the specialization. But in the future, we may change the objective, the time limit, etc. That could be the first one that we do. I think that'd be fine. I guess I'll write it down here. We give less. Oh, there it is. You have less time before you lose. This is probably decent as a first level, so that future runs seem quicker. So like level 0 would be 45 minutes. Level 1 and beyond would be 35 minutes. So level 0 really is just a go at your own pace kind of thing. And maybe that's what we do now. Maybe we just make a medium mode and a hard mode. And medium is 45 minutes and hard mode is 35 minutes. I guess we could do that. Yeah. Yeah. I think we should do that. Okay. So where did my... So we need to do that implementation note now then. Oh my God. I hate searching in a document that has a bunch of tabs. Sometimes I just want to search the current tab. All right, I should take a break before we do this though. Because I've been streaming for 2 hours without stepping away from my computer. That is kind of dumb. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, those on Twitch who've never seen this, just type join in chat if you want to play. The goal is to jump as high as you can, compete against each other. You can see some example jumps over here. So like J30 will make you jump like that. And I'll be back in a bit. Hello again. Hey, Liverick. Hey, Bucheras. Close the game. You won, Bucheras. You won. You did it. Yeah, chat activity has really died down a lot in the last, like, I don't know, really kind of a month. And hang on one second. Turn off my camera for a second here. Got cat hair on my glasses. Um, yeah, I'm not super concerned right now, but I wonder if I should be concerned. Because as mentioned, I'm not trying to grow the stream, but I also don't want the stream to like hit 0 viewers and then I have no one to talk to because I feel like there are benefits to streaming. It's summer. Yeah, I think it's summer has a lot to do with it. August 6th right now. Okay, so let's go code this thing. This shouldn't be too bad, I think. Hey, Marco. It's vacation season? Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, now's a good time to say if anyone does want to help playtest challenge mode when it comes out, which should be in the next 2 days, there's the document for how to sign up. We're going to try to get through as many of these things as possible. And we are getting to the end of this list. This is the phase 1 list pretty much ends here, which is released to playtesters. Then we are on phase 2 where we start adding a bunch of other things, which, yeah, I don't know. We have a lot we can do. All right, so we're going to add a difficulty selector. This is going to work pretty much like how this section works. So let's add in another VBox container. VBox container. And then we'll put this will be like difficulty choices. And we start with a label. Going to be choose a difficulty. Hover for details. Sounds good. Now we copy this down here and we call this medium difficulty. There we go. All right, this needs to be in a new button group though. New button group. How do you, I guess you just have to copy paste these because there's no name for them. Oh, you can give them a name. Okay, well, I'm not going to do that right now. All right, so what is the difficulty? Medium difficulty is going to be like, I guess we'll say objective. Oh, we need to code this in, wouldn't we? Time allowed 45 minutes. And then we just copy paste this, and this is going to be hard difficulty. And we say time allowed 35 minutes. And then we put those inside of an HBox container, which we put here and call this difficulty buttons. Put these things up there. Maybe make this like dark gray or something. Color equals gray. Gray is probably gonna look terrible. Yeah, it's unreadable. Dark gray. No. Saddle brown. None of this looks good. Let's just make it a smaller font size. Font size equals 20. Yeah. Yeah, this UI is not supposed to look great. Okay, next let's make the buttons actually say medium and hard. Medium and hard. Okay, so welcome to challenge mode. This is still a work in progress. Expect rough edges and poor balance. Be vocal with your feedback on Discord. Goals to provide replayability. It's a success if you're having fun and feel like you want to keep playing. Save files don't work. This screen will eventually have difficulty selectors, run history. Yeah, that part needs to change. This screen will eventually... screen will eventually look more polished. Winky face. Yeah. Okay, that's good enough for now. So let's go into here. Where do we set the tooltip on this? I guess it gets handled automatically. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's handled right here. Okay, so we need a difficulty selector. which really is only going to, well, maybe we should keep track of a difficulty number. Yeah, we probably should. Or maybe it should be an enumeration of just medium and hard for right now, which I guess does give it a number underneath. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, let's do that. We'll make a difficulty ID. So none, medium, hard. Okay. So we're going to do the same sort of thing. Put this here. Difficulty ID, buttons to difficulties. So it is medium difficulty is going to be, yeah, there we go. Is that what I called these buttons? Probably not. Oh, I did. Nice. Except for I didn't make them unique. Done and done. Okay. Now we go through each one of these. We get the button. When it's pressed, we say that the selected difficulty is whatever you selected. Difficulty, selected, difficulty. This is not how this works. This is difficulty ID. Now the start button is only enabled once you just do private void update start button state. So the start button is something we fetch here. Let's save it off. Private button, start button. So get that inside ready. Then we don't need this here anymore. Although, you know what we could do? We could just do this and rename it, and that way we don't need to do this in a bunch of different places. Done. So now the start button's disabled state, we just call update start button state from here, and from here, bump this down to this, and get rid of it from this. So it is disabled if either the specialization ID, what is going on here? Selected specialization is equal to none, or the difficulty is equal to none. Easy. Now, how do we know what you picked? I don't know. I actually truly don't know. Oh, we set it in the title screen? Okay, that's fine. Well, then let's also set this one for now. Although I'm going to encapsulate this in its own entire thing. So this is going to be difficulty ID. Selected difficulty ID equals, it's going to be, I guess, hard by default. We can make it medium by default. I don't know, it doesn't really make a difference. Now let's set it to hard by default. Then we will set this in there. It should know what to do. Perfect. And I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Now something we could do is just, it doesn't matter. Yeah, all right, let's try this. So we're just gonna make sure that the UI works. The difficulties do literally nothing right now. I haven't actually coded them. You can pick them. So we go back to this screen. Welcome to challenge mode, still a work in progress, be vocal with feedback. I think we can delete that last bullet point. I think it's pretty obvious this will eventually be more polished. There. Okay, so choosing specialization. Picking this does not enable the button. Picking this does. But if we had, oh, it's gonna be set this way no matter what now. All right, let's go back into it then. So picking this also does not enable it. Good, okay. So time allowed, 35 minutes, 45 minutes. Hey, Dev, how you doing? All right, so next up, we needed to actually give you the difficulty modification that you would have had. So wherever we do this, which should be in this, yep, here it is. We need to change what the starting time is. Where does that get set? 45 times 60, it's not there. 45. Where is this coded? Oh God, I don't know. There's a, oh, there it is. Num minutes per challenge is set to 35. Yeah, so this needs to be based on what you chose on the title screen. So we don't do this. And where do we set this? Just literally right here. Wow. Do we have an init function? We don't. No, we do. Doing well. Glad to hear it. Time remaining equals num minutes per challenge times 60. Okay, so now we need to figure out the number of minutes per challenge. So this gets deleted. This gets deleted. Oh, drat. We needed that, didn't we? Yeah, we needed that. Well, it's just a lookup from somewhere. So I guess for now, let's code it into this, but this is stupid. Double int minutes per challenge. So I guess title screen dot difficulty ID is equal to medium. Medium is 45, otherwise hard is 35. Yeah, that works. Okay, let's try that. This is a very simple thing to test because we're only looking at, is the timer 34:59 or is it? Yeah, so it's 34:59 right now because we're in hard mode. It should probably tell you that you're in hard mode. We should put that in there somewhere. What is that called? This thing. This should tell you which difficulty you're in. Okay, so we click medium. This gives you 45 minutes. Yep, 45 minutes. We click hard. It should give us 35 minutes. Yep, cool. All right, so the feature's working. That's all we're going to change at first. We should probably dynamically populate those tooltips, but I don't think that's worth doing. So this is done. Well, this isn't really done. This is done. Now let's bundle everything together. I can do that in a separate commit, actually. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this stuff is all right for now. Yeah, nothing's too crazy, I guess. Update start button. Make sure you've chosen both of these things. Okay, so num minutes per challenge needs to be moved somewhere else. Okay, so add difficulty selectors. This medium, there are only 2 for now. Medium will give you 45 minutes to win. Hard will only give you 35 minutes. Okay, so the next step is to do this, which is bundle everything into one challenge mode set of stuff, which I think we'll call challenge mode configuration. I think that makes sense. It's what you chose as your specialization. It's what you chose as your difficulty. If we ever had a sandbox mode or something, it's any extra parameters you might be able to set. So let's go into specialization ID and save this as challenge mode configuration. Public class challenge mode configuration. So this is going to encapsulate these things. This is not static. And I think we're just making this a record struct. We could make it a record class. C# record class versus class. What's the difference? Records are immutable by default. Yeah, that's what I want. And then I think we're supposed to code things directly in here. Yeah, nice. And then for this, we need a pragma for every other public record thing that we use. Yeah, this goes up here. This one goes down here. All right, that looks pretty good. So now title screen has a static challenge mode configuration. And we'll just call it challenge mode configuration. And we're going to make a new thing here that has this stuff. Looks good. Does that want us to put a comma or delete the comma? AI. You want me to delete a thing that the linter adds back in automatically? Because you two are not talking to each other. All right, that looks nice. So this is going to break a whole bunch of stuff, which we will then go fix. Yep. This is expected. Dereference of possibly null value. Nah, this doesn't exist. So we want to figure out what specialization ID you have. What is this? Set up specialization. Specialization ID selected specialization ID is equal to that. We replace it there and we replace it down here. All right, we'll just keep pressing F5 till it works. I know there are going to be errors. This is just the easiest way to find them. Okay, so now this should be moved somewhere else entirely. I think challenge mode configuration should have something in here. So we do something like public int num minutes per challenge. That is dead simple. Dead simple. Hooray. Now what's this problem here? Why is this yellow? Creates an exception type that should not be raised in a property. Use a different exception type, convert this into a method, or changes properties logic so it no longer raises an exception. Yeah, we could say get num minutes per challenge. It's probably just going to complain at us in a different way, won't it? Yeah, now it's going to say use a property. I hate when it does this. We could just suppress it. We could just suppress the thrown exception, though. It doesn't really make a difference either way. How would you rate them on vibes? I'm leaning toward Unity because I've had better experience with software that's developed by a company versus free and open source software. True preference is to write everything from scratch, but then I'll never make my game. Like I said, I've used Unity for maybe 3 months over the last like 12 years or something like that. So it's very hard for me to say how Unity feels. I think with any engine that you use, you're going to encounter quirks that aren't going to be what you expect. Some of them will have workarounds that are very easy or just a thing for you to learn from then on. Some will have bugs that have been outstanding for 5 years. I think the Unity community is bigger, so you will probably have more resources to work with. There are probably also more assets out there, but they're paid assets typically. What you can do is you can try making a really simple game in each one. It shouldn't take you very long. Like if you downloaded Godot and I don't know what game you might make, but let's say it's, I don't know, Tetris or something. It's like you'll get used to how a basic game might look in each one and like how hard was it for you to do them both. If your goal was to write everything from scratch, it being open source software is actually nice because if you do encounter an issue, you can then go change the engine and you'd benefit everybody. So it's kind of a good mix. Whereas with Unity, you wouldn't be able to fix any internal bugs because they're closed source. But yeah, I will say this too. I don't really think you can go wrong with either one, depending on what kind of game you want to make. Especially if you've seen that someone else has made a game in the engine that looks like your game. All right, so what do I want to do here? Just suppress this, I guess. I think I want to suppress the exception thing. Or you know what we could do? We could just say, I think I just want to suppress this. Yeah. Still prefer doing stuff in Unity? Yeah. Yeah, and at the end of the day, that sort of thing could definitely happen. You just have a preference for one or the other. Maybe the other one even does a better job if you want it to, and you just don't like the paradigms it uses. Okay, so now this shouldn't be here. Challenge mode objective details will have fetched how long this should take. We don't have a specialization ID, right? We don't tell you any of that details. Any of those details, excuse me. I might want to write that here. Maybe it should tell you the specialization you chose too. Number of minutes per challenge. I guess we'll just get this. Num minutes per challenge is equal to title screen dot challenge mode. Selected challenge mode configuration. This should just be challenge mode configuration. All right, let's cut that out for a second. There. Wait, get num minutes. There it is. Num minutes per challenge. Yeah, because this is technically computed. Okay, so do that and then rename that. And we just do the same thing down here. Cool. Hey, Monty. It'd be fun to watch you relearn Unity and maybe even code your next game in it. I think from an academic perspective, it would be interesting. But from a just sort of game momentum perspective, it's like this game is probably almost 40,000 lines of code. And that means that there are probably going to be reusable pieces that we just don't need to really change anything. I already learned a bunch of paradigms with this. I already took a bunch of notes. In fact, I made a lot of those notes public. So if you ever go look in here, it's like all the stuff I've learned about Godot over the years, I've written down. I've written down things about shaders. I've written down things about their scripting language, exporting builds. Like I have a lot of knowledge to build on. And I think if I were to make another game and I wanted it to be a success, I'd probably just use Godot as a result of that. Yeah. Okay, so I think we've done this. I did not show any of this in the UI. But, oh, no, there's still a couple errors. This should be pretty simple. So when you press this, set the configuration. So challenge mode configuration equals. Is this read only? It is not. So we can just set it. New. There we go. Can you not make a new one of these and just pass in the selected specialization? I think you, I don't think it matters if you can or not. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, so that should fix everything. Because those are only the two errors that we had. It might unearth other errors now, but I don't think so. Yeah. And I'd also be pretty surprised if there were any errors here. So we're at 35 minutes because it defaults to hard mode. But let's say we pick industry and medium mode. So we should have 5 workers and 45 minutes. So there are workers and 45 minutes, yeah. Okay, that was easy. So now I kind of want the details to show this. To show what you chose, difficulty and specialization wise. Let me look at this. Num minutes per challenge. Maybe we should change this to be challenge duration in minutes. Time per challenge by difficulty. Challenge time limit in minutes. Yeah, time limit in minutes. I like that. Or even just time limit. Why can't I press enter here? What is going on right now? Nothing's working. I can't even close this. That's weird. Okay, let's try that again. Time limit in minutes. Yeah, better. Cool. Yeah, cool. Refactor. Challenge mode configuration. Properties are now stored in challenge mode configuration. All right, easy. So next up is this, and to be honest, this is not very important. What I'm thinking of doing here is when you hover over any of this stuff. Oh, it says level 1 at the top. Okay, maybe we replace level 1 based on whether it's medium or hard mode then. But then I kind of want to put your specialization underneath, like in the tooltip maybe. So where's challenge mode level 1? It's title, and it, whoop, I didn't mean to press enter. Challenge mode level 1. It's in challenge mode objective details, which is here. The title is a label accessible by name. So do we ever have a reason to get it? No. Well, let's get it then. Title label. Is it even rich text? It's not. It's just a regular label. And then we want to set the title based on what you chose, which is where we get this from. Title label.text equals challenge mode level, and then we want the difficulty. Maybe we just convert it to an integer and subtract 1. This means we have to keep it in order. Oh, in fact, actually just converting it to an integer should be enough. Yeah. So now if I reload the game, it should say level 2 because it's picking hard mode by default. So let's see at the upper left here. Yep, level 2. And if I were to pick medium difficulty, it should say level 1 again. Yeah. Okay. So then inside here, is it worth listing what your specialization was? Yeah, probably. It won't be obvious after you've gotten enough progress. Like here we can see we have 3 adventurers, so I must have chose adventuring. But once you're 5 minutes into a run, 10 minutes into a run, it's not going to be obvious anymore. So under target cumulative gold is where we should put it. Where is that? Set via code. Okay. Target cumulative gold. Okay, here it is. So let's add another. There's no easy way to do this. Selected specialization. Is going to be this. I guess we don't have a format for it. And this is going to use the name directly from the enumeration, which is not localization friendly, but what are you going to do? Yep, selected specialization farming. Okay. Let's get rid of the 2 string. I think that looks nice. I actually, hang on, let me hold that thought for a second. Let me make sure this still looks good. Yeah, and let's try picking another thing. Not that I probably messed this up. So let's pick industry and pick medium mode. Now we're on level 1 and it says industry. Nice. Yeah, you won't know what industry means on this screen, but you will have picked it already. So it's fine for now. So this is done. Yeah, what I was going to say is if you look at Slay the Spire's UI, one of the things I really like is that if you're a streamer or you're a viewer of a stream, I guess, you can tell at a glance pretty much everything you need to be able to tell. Where's a good example of this? None of these are showing it, huh? Huh, indeed. Okay, let's search on Google. I don't see it in any of these either. Except for that one. Sorry, hang on a second. I wanna show this now, so I gotta find one that actually shows the thing I'm trying to show. All right, well, let's do that then. Ascension UI. Huh, it's not helping either. Oh, here's one. Okay, good. Yeah, this shows it. Okay, so some of the nice things you can see are you can see the ascension level right there. That little fire symbol means the ascension level, and then 2. And I think if you hover over this in the game, it'll tell you what it does. But as a viewer, if you're like, oh, I just tuned into a stream, how hard should I expect this person to have as a difficulty in the battle? It's like, oh, just look at this number, 2. Okay, not super hard. And then you can also tell what floor they're on. This stuff is nice, mostly for viewers, I'd say. I don't think as a player you generally use this because you tend to know what you chose getting up to that point. Maybe if you saved a game and came back the next day, it could be useful. But yeah, I like that information being there. So unfortunately, I guess this information would be nice for viewers if you could see it, but you can at least see the level 1 at the top. But I like that. So let's check this in. That's done. We're going to check this in. So include difficulty, or include CM configuration in UI. The difficulty now, the level 1 at the top is now properly updated based on which difficulty you chose, and your specialization shows in the tooltip. Yeah. I don't think this should be controversial. We get the title, we set it, we do this. Yeah. All right, definitely seems like it's better to just park a high-level party in the waterways than to go to the Inferno. It produces way too much loot. Not sure how we even combat this. Yeah, let's just write this in the observation details for now. The idle observations. All right, fix this bug with duplicate things printing out. I thought I did fix this. Why is this red? Oh, because I pressed enter. Like, that shouldn't be red. All right, where are you? Here. We may grant multiple levels of the same ability, so the count of this may not match num perks. So the number of elements in this list. So num perks is this. We add this here. This should have been a hash set. Oh. Why didn't I do that? Okay, I think that fixes the bug. Although unfortunately I didn't set up a test bed for this. So let's do that. I mean, there's a tiny chance that it just works anyway. It did not. Yeah, we need to properly set this up. So we go to town perks generator. Let me just delete everything except for something that costs, or that has many levels. So maybe this one. So let's get rid of everything else. So before this, it would grant you this perk 3 times, and it would say you got level 3, level 3, level 3, which is silly. Now it should say at one time that you got level 3. Granted these random perks. Customer speed level 3. Yeah, so now the unfortunate thing is it says these twice. There's another way we could render this if we wanted to. We could always list it like customer speed level 1, level 2, level 3. I don't think I like that though. Well, do I? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what you'd prefer to see. Which looks better? Granted these perks, or granted this perk. They're both functionally the same. Actually kind of like this better, which is annoying because I don't want to code it. I think we just leave it for now, maybe. But I'll write this in the polish somewhere. It may look better to list out individual levels. If it isn't, if we don't do that, then replace these with something more generic so that there isn't a mismatch. Hey, Alagwin. Better to use a function to handle the plurality and keep the single perk when it's a single perk. So here's the reason why I think it should be listed out as 3 separate ones, is because if you see this and it says granted this random perk and it just says you got level 3 of this, you might be confused as a player being like, why don't I get 1 perk? Without realizing you actually got 3 perks that all got put in the same level or whatever. I phrased that poorly. But yeah, like it maxed out 1 perk. I'm concerned that players will feel ripped off if they only see one perk there, even though it's level 3. Hey Sky, I have a question. Currently learning how to make a game. Don't care how long it takes. I'm wondering how you'd switch from a 2D perspective to a third-person perspective in a 3D game. A 2D perspective in a third-person in a 3D game? I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. I think you might mean like an orthographic projection where there is no depth being applied. But yeah, that I'm not certain I even understand the question. Or maybe you mean like, what was that thing called? Kirby Crystal Shards. So this is a 2.5D game. I'm not sure if this is even what you mean. I don't really care about level 1 and level 2 if I'm at level 3. Right, you probably wouldn't, but I don't want you to think like, okay, here's the part that I think might be confusing. This says all specializations start with 3 extra random perks. So you click this and you start a new challenge and you're like, what? I was supposed to get 3 extra perks. I only got 1. That's the part I wanted to avoid. Also, hey Dan, did I accidentally check this in? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Because I was gonna say, this is the fix I wanted here. This isn't even a list. Hence the use of a hash set. Like Crash Bandicoot from a 2D platformer into third person. Okay, unfortunately did not play Crash Bandicoot, so let me look up the 2D sections. I think from what I understand of the question that you're just changing, okay, I don't even know where this happens. I think you're just changing the camera view. Yeah. So you're just changing the camera view and then also what the controls do. So normally in 3D mode, if you pressing right will angle your character. In 2D mode, pressing right will move your character. So the game would need to know to the right. So the game would need to know which mode you're in at any given time to change the inputs. But then as far as the camera, if you think about it, you have like a 2D scene. You either have like a view frustum where you're looking into that 2D scene. So this is going like straight forward. Or you have a side view where the camera is peering in from the side. So yeah, I don't think it should be problematic. I think this is the kind of thing that if I were you and you haven't gotten into game making yet, I would just kind of test it out. So I'd probably make like the simplest possible thing. Let's say this were Unity, I'd just make like a capsule, what's it called? I don't know, a capsule collider or something, the capsule character. I guess even Godot has this too. And I would have a toggle, like a button for 2D to 3D. And then I'd have like right and left arrows, and in 3D I would do just angle the character, and in 2D I would move the character, and that's it. Like if you can do this, then you've pretty much proven that it'll work. So you're saying they randomly got the same perk 3 times in a row? Yeah, that's right, exactly. But I'm gonna save that for later anyway, because for right now I think it's okay. All right, so we're gonna revert this. Yeah, and we're gonna check this in. Fix issue where duplicate perks show. This is when you're awarded 3 perks at the beginning of challenge mode. Right, let's turn that off. All right, where is the bug? Here it is, done. So that's finished. Let's also shrink this. Need to change skeleton keys so they always... Oh man, this is something I didn't realize until I finally started playtesting. Skeleton keys act based on how many minutes are remaining. Apply key to chest, yeah. So here, apply skeleton key. We figure out how many effects to add based on the time remaining. I'm going to change this for challenge mode. So the number of effects is... Actually, it could still be based on the amount of time remaining. Maybe it can even give you slightly more. Yeah, maybe it can give you slightly more. I'm not sure. Are you using Godot editor at all? You're just writing code as I can see. I use the editor just for UI stuff mostly. So like if I need to make a UI in it, I think it's way easier to use the editor. But then populating all this stuff, I'll do through code. Yeah, that's generally how it goes. I'm new but committed. I'm using Unity due to others saying it's pretty simple but complicated. Yeah, I don't think you can really go wrong with whatever engine you choose right off the bat. I will say this, there's all this sort of starter game dev knowledge that I think is worth familiarizing yourself with, or not knowledge, advice, just technically knowledge, but a little more specific. Things like don't make your first game be your dream game, or it's phrased slightly differently. I guess don't try to make your dream game as your first game. Yeah, that better. Things like that. Tackle a project that's a scope you can actually handle. And then my advice is focus on learning and having fun. And I've got a kind of a weird video to share for this, but this keyboard that I'm typing on is a Colmac keyboard. And going from QWERTY to Colmac like undid me. It was very difficult. And I know it's weird because it's not game dev, but that video does have some solid points in it still. Anyway, these are probably the top 3 at least that you should think about. And maybe of all of them, this is, I think, the most important one. Tackle a project that's a scope you can actually handle. So I think a lot of people get into game dev because they look at a game and they think, oh man, I want to make that, but slightly different. And now modding is pretty accessible. So if you were to mod a game and just add the feature you want, I think that's pretty approachable. But let's say you're making a game from scratch. And by from scratch here, I just mean you don't have a code base already. Not that you're making the engine, not that you're making the resources even or anything. It's like, okay, you started, I'm going to make whatever it is, battle tanks, but it's going to be my own version of this. It's like, that's kind of a big project to take on. And there is a website here, which I think is pretty good. They give you a list of games. Your first game would be Pong. And it's a half-star complexity and a half-star for scope. And you slowly work your way up to, this is what, like game number 8 or 10 or something here, Indy 500. Then you work your way toward the bottom of this. Dig Dug is like 2.5 stars complexity. And then at the bottom of that entire list is Portal. Like, how would you make Portal? Now, I don't suggest making every single one of these games. But yeah, probably starting with Pong and then moving to Flappy Bird is a good idea. And they've got some goals and some guidance here. My dream game? I've mentioned there's a list of games that I'd want to make myself, but I don't think they're dream games necessarily. So I've mentioned like Kirby Air Ride and Redungeon and what was it, Soldat, and games like that. Dream game, it's kind of hard to say because it's hard to separate the reality. So what would I want to do? I guess some kind of like multiplayer shared world game of some sort. I don't know what it would be. I don't think it'd be an MMORPG. I don't think that'd be fun. So yeah, it's hard to say exactly. But yeah, some multiplayer, probably cooperative game. On a platform at the moment to make a learning project for myself. Any advice will help a lot? Yeah, that advice is my sort of general advice. Advice for platformers is kind of a meta piece of advice for you, which is don't expect to make money. I hope this doesn't sound harsh, but platformers are incredibly saturated. And I think the only way now to sell a platformer is to have it be a platformer with a hook. And the hook needs to be some like really enticing thing. So as an example, if you think of like Super Mario Odyssey, it was like you can transform into creatures. I mean, it's a Mario game, so they didn't really need a hook. They could just say, hey, here's the new Mario game, and people would buy it. But still, they had a hook. It was you can transform into creatures. You look at some of these other games like Celeste, and it's like, okay, it's a precision platformer that really focuses on movement. I guess, what was that? Super Meat Boy was in the same general vein as that. Then you find like, okay, there's a platform but you can stop time, or a platformer but you have a grappling hook that you need to master. It's like a game called Rust but in VR. Yeah, I think something like that would be neat. First 10 games should be throwaway projects. You're basically in a sandbox now. Plan on taking years to get started. Okay, so let me say why I think this is not a great idea, just to let you know. So here's what'll probably happen for you. You'll start, you'll learn a ton. As you're learning, you'll look back at old code, and old here could be as new as like 2 weeks old, and see that it's terrible. And then you'll apply your knowledge fixing it, and you'll repeat this roughly like 10 times. This isn't great because you're going to be juggling all of the debt and difficulty of working with a large code base without having a large code base. So let's say you did code 100,000 lines of code. You can't do that in an evening. I mean, if you're using AI, you can, I guess, but you can't do this in an evening. You can't do this in a year. You're probably going to take many years to make 100,000 lines of code. So you're going to need to think back to like, what was I doing a year and a half ago? How do I write this in a maintainable sense? When your code base is like 500 lines, you shouldn't need to consider a lot of that stuff. Like you can hammer out 500 lines of code quickly enough. And yet if you're new, you will probably write line 5 worse than you'd write line 495, just because of how rapidly you're going to learn stuff. So that's why I generally think you should probably be like, how do I break off a bite-sized piece of this and then like take that to completion? Because games have a deceptively large amount of work, even for what might look like a small game. So you might look at this game, for example, and I don't know, maybe if you're new to game dev, maybe if you've been experiencing game dev, it might not matter. Estimating how long it'd take to make this game yourself, it's deceptive. It's like, okay, there's some stuff here, there's a map, there's some characters moving around, like, yeah, I can do that. And then you start delving into this and you're like, okay, well, there's this UI, like how long would it take for me to just make tabbed UIs? And then you look at the tabs and you're like, oh man, there's stats, there's skills, there's perks you can choose, there's whatever else. And all of a sudden the time just keeps like adding up and adding up. And you can tell in the stream title, I'm like close to day 200 of this, but that's actually just stream day 200. There's a lot of offline time I spent. So I've been working on this since I think like April 17, 2024. So it's actually been more like 15 months. And I've been working on this full time. And there are other people working on this too. So yeah, games are difficult. I would suggest against trying to come up with a multi-year long project, just because you're going to learn so much, and your like games as a whole will change in that few years. Your taste might change in that time. Your ability as a game designer will change. Hey, Maisie. Main takeaway is to not make games, make systems you apply to your future games. Most likely won't matter at the start. I think making games is fun though. I still think making games will immediately give you that motivation boost, and it'll make you feel accomplished after you've made something. I just think the game should be small enough, because it is cool making games. I think the idea of making systems is for more of a like computer science purist than a game developer exactly. I'll focus on smaller projects for experience. Yeah, and it can be like the idea that you have for your turn-based platformer. I would just try to shrink it down to the minimum possible thing. So consider what a minimum viable product would be for any game you might have. Let's say we took, World of Warcraft. And I think this is an interesting exercise. Like, what's the smallest vertical slice through the game that lets you know if it's fun? And unfortunately with WoW, there are so many systems that you might just say, okay, you know what, it's crafting. Some people are going to say, yeah, crafting game is fun. But I think the heart of World of Warcraft is the RPG aspect. So I'd say it's like make a character and get into battles and level up and like have some different abilities. Now, the smallest vertical slice, you might be like, it's making a mage and then getting into a battle against a boar and having fireball. And yeah, you could say that, but I think you need a little bit more to know if a game is fun. So probably like 3-4 abilities, maybe a couple different characters. But that's up for discussion. Hey, Woe Cleaver. Woe Cleaver, are you named after the World of Warcraft Woe Cleaver? Oh, I guess Hearthstone had it. I thought it was from World of Warcraft. Or is that just a coincidence? How's my day going? My day's going well. It's been pretty productive so far. Yes, you are? Okay, yeah. Imagine if the dev will do all alone, even the graphics and pixel arts like me. The time we doubled. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not easy. And then, by the way, that thing that I mentioned about like you'll get better at code and you'll go back and work on your code. If you're making the graphics or if you're making the music, you'll probably get better at graphics and music, and you'll go back and fix all the sprites you made originally and change up the music that you made originally, and you'll just be stuck in this perpetual state of redoing stuff. And that's why I think it's good to scope out a small project, recognize where the mistakes are, and then fix the mistakes in the next project. And yeah, game jams are great. I think game jams are a great way to sort of prove what you can get done in a small amount of time. All right, so this change of skeleton keys should be pretty simple. We need to figure out if you, do we have the town here? We do. We need to figure out if you're in challenge mode and then figure out how many effects we should add based on whether you're in challenge mode. So let's say if town.gameplay mode.challenge mode, and if you're not in challenge mode, do this. Okay, so the number of effects we want to add in challenge mode is, I guess, going to be this divided by 60. Now, is this correct? Let me think about this. So we start at 300 seconds, which would be, excuse me, 5 effects. Do we want to add one and be nice? No, I don't think so. What state am I from? I've never answered that. I don't plan on answering that now, but the state that I live in is Washington. So I'm in the northwestern US. I think this looks good. So it shouldn't be worse to use a skeleton key. It should still be exciting when you get a skeleton key. It's not written in Golang, no. Make skeleton keys better in challenge mode. They now act as though you've used the maximum number of special keys, as opposed to half that number. Yeah, that's good. Okay, toward the end, you seem limited by workers, not on loot, which means you just need one powerful adventuring party. Yeah, I'll leave this as an idle observation for now. I do think these are potentially problems. What time is it, by the way? 11:22. Why am I hungry already? All right, so playtest observations. We've tackled these. Put this in the archive. All right, balance issue. Enchanter mana recovers very slowly. Probably the same as slime hunger. Maybe bump it. I'm not certain this is an issue for either one of these. I think if you start with the enchanter, it's not very fun to... Okay, this gives me an idea. Maybe your first building should come with a perk. Actually, maybe every building should come with a perk. Okay, that's a cool idea. Let's write that down. Idea to help address getting buildings in a weird order. Make the buildings come with a perk. Perhaps every building should come with a perk. I think this is a fun upside that can change how a run works. Specializations maybe don't have to do that. Yeah. You get the enchanter and immediately start with more mana. It could be a meta perk. Probably not a good idea as a meta perk. Or you get the fishing pond and get auto fish generated. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. I'm going to put a star next to it, just indicating that I liked it a lot. All right, so I'll delete this for now then. Oh yeah, I should write the rationale for this. Part of what led to this idea is that the garbage slime and enchanter aren't great early on because they have time-based mechanics. would be nicer if they came with a perk. What's the easiest game engine to start on? I mean, the easiest game engine is probably one where you're not doing any coding whatsoever. So probably something like RPG Maker, but then you're also making a very particular kind of game as well. Alternatively, it's something with like such a small instruction set that the engine itself is simple, but it's not making the kind of games you might expect. So imagine like the Pico games that exist. These are not games that people would sell for like 30 bucks. Where do you even find this? Okay, apparently I don't know what Pico games are. Let me see if I can find this. Pico 8 games. I think that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. So games like these sorts of things where all the games are like tile based. They kind of look like old Nintendo games. Yeah. All right, where do we leave off now? Add difficulty modifiers. Maybe let player. Oh, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Gauge the fun. A key issue in Skeleton is that there's nothing to react to, so your plan is kind of on autopilot. Game doesn't change as you play it. Yeah, I think this is something we need to write down in idle observations. I think events are going to be needed. Yep. I agree. I was trying to think about how other roguelike games work. And every once in a while, there's a room you encounter or a choice you encounter where just based on everything you've chosen up until that point, you benefit from it. So as an example, maybe there's a room where there's like a single target boss or a single target enemy, single enemy that has like 10,000 life. And if you can do enough damage in like 10 seconds, you get a prize. So this idea in a game I'm not even specifying, maybe it doesn't even exist, is going to benefit players who like dumped all of their stats into doing damage. So now they can beat this enemy and they get their prize. And like, cool, that was a fun thing. But some people are going to encounter this and they don't have the damage throughput to be able to beat it. And it's like, okay, I didn't get the prize. Maybe next time I should prepare for that potential of this thing popping up. So I think we need that concept in Skeleton as well. And I just don't think it's time to apply it yet. Would I like to try making one? Hey, Jealous Ant. I think it'd be cool. I worked on an NES game a while ago. And I thought that was like fun enough. But I don't think I'd want to like change into being an NES developer. Where's that playlist? Oh, I probably have a command for it. No, I don't. Wow. There it is. Let's copy this. Share. Adam as a small video series for when he was learning how to. Okay, there. I have a command for it. Yeah, toward the end of this, this is the game that I made. It certainly wasn't great by any means. You raised sheep and then you could shear them and you fed them apples or something. I don't know. I don't fully remember. But yeah, I imagine making a Pico 8 game would be kind of like that, where I'm working under some constraints. I'm not seriously trying to release the game at the end of it. Those things don't appeal to me, by the way. If I make a game now, I want people to enjoy it. And something like a Pico 8 game reaches so few people. And also the monetization route is pretty slim. Same thing with kind of any old game, right? NES, Game Boy Advance, any of those sorts of things. It's like there is an audience for that still. And probably more so the ones who will play it on an emulator. But will they ever buy it? Is it worth the whatever, the half year or the year I might put into it? I just don't really think so. Hey, Resco. Why are you using Google Docs? I've seen Obsidian open a few times. Sorry, let me type the right command there. Yeah. All right, so this part's done. So now we're on a whole bunch of polish stuff, some cleanup stuff. Consider coding some more perks or specializations. We should probably do a mix of polish and perks, maybe. How about this? Let's triage this list and let's see what's important here, because I wrote this right at the top. Remember, some of these things are not the most important. Show adventure icon in the higher adventure tab. This one I think is pretty nice. This one we should probably do. So let's make a new thing. Polish we should actually do now. Hotkeys, sound. Okay, sound effects. Yes, I think sound effects are important. When you build through the perk choices, it should create smoke. That's not important. Make this rarer. If we didn't change how it functions, we just deleted it. Clean up the town menu. Consolidate tabs for choosing stuff. So there are sub tabs. Rename all. When you don't have any perks, it should say unlock, blah, blah, blah. When hiring, it shows how many battle perks you've chosen, but it doesn't count battle perks you've gotten since the UI was formed. That's done. Upgrading a shop beyond level 1 will show this. This happens for all perks, not just the new ones. This is happening for any Thursday work. Okay, let's fix these 3 things then. And then is there anything else listed here? No, that's it. Okay, so this is other polished stuff that I think is probably good, but we're just going to do later. It's going to be a gigantic pain when we tackle this list. No two ways about that. Okay, so these 3 things we said we are actually worth doing. Let's start with the sound effects. I think this is pretty simple. Is there a command for why the profile pic is a Sonic? Wait, which profile picture? Because there probably isn't, but where are you seeing that? Yeah, I don't have a Sonic command here anywhere. Oh, on Discord maybe? Top right and Google. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Google one. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about on Twitch or something. I'm like, that definitely shouldn't be showing up. A long time ago, I had a Sonic popsicle, and yeah, it was this kind. And I just bit off the sides in such a way that it looked like Sonic was aware that he was being eaten. And I thought it was hilarious. So I took a picture of it, and I just used that as my profile picture in a bunch of different places. And then at some point, I was like, okay, it's kind of low resolution. So my wife drew me a new icon based on the popsicle. And yeah, it's been my icon forever now. I'm not even that big a Sonic fan. You'd think I'm like the biggest Sonic fanboy based on having a Sonic avatar, but I'm not. Also, this is my, this is kind of embarrassing, but this is my avatar on my personal email address too. So every once in a while I have to email companies, and they probably see my like stupid Sonic picture, and they're like, what is this, a 12-year-old emailing me? I find that like sort of cringy funny. Anyway, that's my story. Thanks for asking. All right, the sound effect for choosing a perk, I think is going to be the same one for when you level up, which is in the adventurer panel somewhere. So play sound. Where is it? Skill up. Yeah, that one. So where do you choose a perk? Perk panel tab. Choose. No, it's something else. Choose perks panel tab. Yeah. All right, and then somewhere is choose perk. Where is that? I guess it's on the actual button. So I want it when you click the button. So let's just search for the word choose. And choose. Here it is. Choose button. So let's search for choose button. There it is. And we do this. So chosen is invoked. This does not have the town. So this will pass itself up a level to what? To perk was chosen. Does this have the town? It does. Well, look at that. So let me just put this here. No. I don't want that. There. All right, let's try it. Is it going to be free to play? No. I think I have a... Whoops. Man, I can't type anymore. Yeah, I have an FAQ right here. And it's... how much will it cost? Probably around 10 to 15. Anything else I should update on here? That's it. Okay. So what I just do, I made it so that you can click the button and actually have it make a sound. 5 perks should probably also make a sound. Yeah, that's nice. But what happens when you click this button? It should probably be the same thing as when you click. Yeah, it should make that sound. What is that sound? Should be button on hover something. Parent sounds, sound parent. There it is. Add button sounds to parent. So this is what I want. And I got to figure out how did we do this. The town menu has these, so we'll just look at the town menu. Speedrunning the game. I mean, maybe people would. I think speedrunning a roguelike game, so much of it comes down to luck. But yeah, maybe people would enjoy it. I don't know. We'll see. You never know what's going to happen. All right, so what is this thing? It is a button with sounds. So we just need to use button with sounds everywhere. Should be simple. Except for maybe converting it won't be. I'm not sure. All right, so how do we close all of these? Close. I want to start with choose perks panel tab, I guess. There's a buy perk button here. How do we change? This is not going to be easy, is it? Did I change like font size or anything? I guess we can just go into the scene. Choose panel tab, TSCN. Where's the button? Here it is. It has a certain layout mode. I don't know what 2 is. Sometimes I don't like this. Yeah, it's probably the default, I guess. Is that even layout mode? I don't even know what that... Oh, there it is. Container. Oh, okay. Easy. All right, then text and then unique name and order. Okay, so it should be pretty simple. We just click this and then we do sounds. And we put this here and we give it the same name. Okay, so that should fix that one. Let's try that out. So now the buy button should make sounds when you hover over it. Nice. And also nice. Except for that doesn't make sounds when you... Oh, wait. We got to override the sound, though. How do we do that for skill buttons? Business failed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That definitely shouldn't be happening. Regular mode shows business failed as soon as you enter. I think we need to fix that immediately because I don't even think we can play the game, can we? No, we can't. We're going to be stuck in an infinite loop of business failed. Oh, well, that's too bad. Business failed happens when your time runs out. The time runs out based on... Oh my God. You know what made this... Wait a second. Is it that this bug was always there, but it would have happened after 35 minutes and now it's happening immediately? Because if so, that is a tremendous problem. We're about to fix it either way. But yeah, I kind of wonder how could I have messed this up this badly? If we're not in challenge mode, just queue free immediately. Time remaining. Take the time limit in minutes. How is this happening? End game. Yeah, let me put a breakpoint there. I don't understand that. Can I earn money if I play Skeleton Seller, like prizes? Out of curiosity, what is a game like that you know of? Because I'd be very intrigued. Oh, what am I doing? I'm going over here. So ended game gets called immediately? How though? Time remaining is less than or equals 0? Oh, because this can process for 1 frame. Yuck. Yuck indeed. Yeah, so I mean, I guess we could say ended game is true here, so that it doesn't do anything. Prevent ending the game in the 1 frame. before this is freed. All right, so now it should not go to the screen. In-person poker game. Yeah, definitely. But that is in its own category of games. That is gambling games. You can earn millions on Fortnite, but how do you earn millions on Fortnite? Like who's paying you the money? Is it Epic? Is it a tournament? Is it a sponsor? Because tournaments exist for literally any game you can think of as long as someone's willing to give you the money, right? Anyway, the short answer is no. There's nothing planned for me to give cash to people playing the game. My goal right now is the opposite, which is to earn cash by getting people to play the game. So I don't know why I would pay regular players. If people wanted to make a tournament, they certainly could. I don't think this game is conducive to having tournaments. Tournaments are typically for competitive games where the competition is built in from the get-go. Fortnite itself is a multiplayer game where you're shooting each other, right? Lends itself pretty well to tournaments. All right, so the important thing that we changed so far is actually this. Fix bug in regular mode. It was ending the game immediately. Oh, wait a second. Technically, just starting with any amount of time remaining would have been fine. Or just removing the... Yeah, this is kind of stupid. I should change this. The thing that modified this is by setting this to be some number that was greater than 0, then this would naturally not occur, that we would end the game because we would get into process here. So I think just getting rid of... Where's the timeout handler? Wait a second. Yeah, where does that happen? Oh, because it's not a timer. Oh, okay. Well, then we could just set the time remaining to some like super large amount. What is this? A float? Okay, double dot max value. Yeah, that should do it. All right, let's try that. Is it a competitive game? So Maisie, you should just try the game. There's a demo right now. You can try it and find out. Let's delete this and fix that. Go to Coldplay concert. Earn millions. That is a tried and true method. Although not with the Epic CEO, right? It was some other company. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, that fixes that. It was ending immediately because the time remaining started at 0, but we only queued freeing the node of the time, the parent node. So it had 1 frame to end the game. Okay. All right, rest of these buttons, that's what we were trying to focus on. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to see. I want to see in regular mode, how do these things work? They don't have hover sound. Oh. If anything else does. Hey, Cubizer. I'm trying to see, is there any example of a button in the game that makes a different sound when you click it? That doesn't even make a sound. That's not good. Okay, that one did. So, let me try that again. Does it have hover sounds? No, it doesn't. Anything I can do to help you facilitate your 2027 plans? What? Did I miss something, Cube Miser? Oh. I'm gonna delete that. That's probably something a mod added. I never typed 2 exclamation marks in a row. Are there other ones? Okay. Yeah. All right, well, I don't think we have to worry about this too much then. I don't think we have an example of a button that works that way, though. It either doesn't have hover sounds, which I guess is a minor problem, and these should probably have sounds too. Hey, Pretzel. Good old classic. Yeah, I'll leave this as is. I think this is fine. Add sound effects to perk buttons. Is there anything else that's missing them? No, it looks like all these are working. Oh, that broke. That like super broke. Oh no, it didn't break. There's just a breakpoint I left in. Whoops. Okay. I was like, that's a gigantic problem. Yeah, cool. Good. Deeply saddened as my favorite command has been removed. Rest in peace, 2027. All right, show adventure icon. This is fixed. I don't want to do this one for some reason, and it really shouldn't even be that hard. This is the point of bricklaying, though, is just we do it anyway. How you doing, Cube Miser? So show an adventure icon in that tab. Let's go find out where we do this originally. In battle perks, I guess. Isn't there like a battle perk choice UI? Yeah, here it is. So that is a battle perk party member. And it's specifically called a battle perk party member. I guess because it has battle perks associated with it. Doesn't have to be backed by a proper one. You may not have the adventure you're being offered battle perks for. Yeah, I think we need to change this. You may not have the adventure yet. You're being offered. This is used. The level of this adventurer is backed by battle perks. Okay. So now we plop this into the UI for adventurer perk choice. Why does that not exist? Because they're just descriptions. Oh man, fine. Oh, fine. Yeah, so we pretty much just need this. In fact, can't it just be a battle perk choice UI? Battle UI. Perk choice UI. We get the party member. We initialize them. Oh, but it has to be a battle perk choice in this case. But that's just so that we can get the adventurer class. Why don't we just pass in the adventurer class? Then we can reuse this. And what else do we do? I'm a little bit confused by this. Oh, this sets the description correctly. The choice itself has the description. Interesting. Interesting indeed. So we need to pass in the adventurer class because it's going to be pulled from a different place. Do we have an adventurer perk choice? We do. And it has an adventurer class. Okay. Well, then let's pass that in. Adventurer class, adventurer class. And then just delete that thing and get rid of that. And we're good, right? We're good. So now this is going to be used by 2 different things. I don't like that at all. Yeah, I don't like that at all. All right, well, let's go try it, I guess. Is this an adventurer perk choice? Oh, yuck. We need it to be in here. Battle perk choice. It's the UI though. Yeah. Generate choices. So this generates them and then something listens for them having been generated and reflects them somewhere. All right, how about this? Let's just search for where do we make this thing? Right there. So this init is going to take in the choice.adventurer class. It doesn't have that? What? Oh, per choice UI? Choice. We just got cast it. Yeah, so adventurer class is that. All right, so this is what I want to do inside the higher panel tab where we create a perk choice. I guess it's all of this code. Higher panel tab, create perk choice. It doesn't even exist. Why doesn't it exist? Because what, the parent class handles it? Oh God. The parent class handles it. Okay. Well, let's go change that then. I didn't copy it. All right, how are we looking? This might work and it's just incredibly ugly. Well, yeah, let's go try it out. So now when we click higher, we should see, well, it broke. We should see the icons. Unable to cast type adventure perk choice to battle perk choice. Where does this fail exactly? Why can't I click any of this? There we go. Line 38. Adventure class. Create perk choice in the higher panel tab. How is this? Oh, yeah. That's not right. This is an adventurer perk choice. Okay, that might work. Come on. Hey, it worked. Neat. All right, so now we don't need Rogue and Witch Doctor to show up because they're there at the top. So let's go fix that. How do we fix that? Get description. Title is the adventure name. Just get rid of that. And delete it from here. And delete that, I guess. All right. This is a really, really bad idea. Okay, cool. So these numbers, this says 1 and this says 1. These are based on how many perks you've chosen already. So Paladin and Rogue. If I find a perk for the Paladin or the Rogue, none there, none there. There's 1. Then it should modify it over here too. And it doesn't because we need to recreate that icon. That is rather unfortunate. Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. Icon needs to get updated anytime you buy a battle perk. Do we even have the capability to do that? Update level label. We do. I don't want to do it. I think this means it's time to take a lunch break pretty soon. Well, let's still try to just suck it up and do it. So where does it get called from? Here. We initialize this once. So we need something to listen for when you get a perk. Nothing does that right now. Because we call update descriptions for everything. And that's done in what, the parent class? How does that work? Perk choice UI update description. It just modifies the text. Huh. Yeah, huh. This would go here though, and we'd make it void. or virtual. And we'd make it so the update description calls into the parent, but then also updates the level. Does this set the description? It does. Well. All right, let's try it. I'm not super certain I'm going to do this correctly. So this should call the base classes update description and then update the level. And we just need to pass in whatever level they currently are. So isn't it just this? We need the adventurer class as well. We don't store that? The party member must have it though, right? Adventurer class, it does. We don't store the town though. We don't. Oh man. Alright, let's save that off. Private town down. Yeah, great. Alright, so what's wrong with this? This is protected. This needs to be public, I think. What else calls this though? Party member has it. Oh no. Leveled up. Won't have a leveled up. Okay, here's what we can do. We can change this kind of party member to have a way of exposing this, which you don't currently have. Public void. This is going to hide the parent though, won't it? It's already complaining. Yeah, hides inherited member. I don't want to hide it. Maybe we call it force update. And it just does that. This is forced because we don't rely on a listener. Maisie, wait another like 2 minutes and see if you're still confused. If you are, feel free to ask. But otherwise, I think the game has generally alleviated everyone's confusion within about 5 or 10 minutes of whatever is confusing in the game. And I'm happy to help if you're still confused. It's just, I don't want to start a precedent of there's a new thing and then you don't try to sort of explore for yourself for a little bit to figure out. Because I think it'll become apparent what's going on. Okay, so the final thing we need to do is force update level label. Yeah. And this is just the level. Okay. Will this work? So I click hire. It broke immediately. 36. The party member doesn't have a description set yet because what we call this too quickly. Yeah, I guess that stuff needs to be done here first. Okay, looking better. So warrior and golem, we gotta remember those. There's the warrior. And level them up to 2. Nice. All right. Now this part is a little bit concerning. There's an exclamation mark here, which shouldn't probably be there. Hide the exclamation mark on the higher tab. I don't think it's too low to play the game. I think it's a very casual game. Just like I said, if you're still confused like 2 minutes from now, I'd be pretty surprised, but also I feel free to ask then. So this is fine. There's something I don't like about this, which is that this now makes battle perk choice UI. It's shared by the adventurer one too. Maybe I just make another. Let me look at that class. The update description bit is only needed on the adventurer side of things. So maybe we do make an adventurer perk choice UI and just have it hide the exclamation mark. Where does that happen? If you haven't hired them, then hide the exclamation mark. Interesting. An unhired tooltip. So we want to initialize this in a different way, which means we're going to need to override this, which means we either pass in a Boolean that says what type it is, or we just make another class that extends from this thing. I think making another class would be a good idea. Yeah, I think making another class would be a good idea. I think it'd be weird. Make adventure, what do we call it? Adventure perk choice UI that inherits from battle perk choice UI. Actually, battle perk choice UI should probably be turned into a perk choice with adventure. Hey, Wem. How does it? It does. We've been working on challenge mode. How goes it? I thought you were just subverting expectations there. I don't know what you've seen about challenge mode so far, but it's basically going to be a roguelike version of Skeleseller, where instead of picking a specific thing you want, you get a set of options, and then you choose what you want to upgrade. So it'll wildly change the game. This will be after you beat the main mode that you'll get access to this mode. It's just a standalone new roguelike only version. What? Challenge mode is only after beating the main game, and it's part of the Skeleseller client if you want to look at it that way. So, yeah, I think that answers your question, Sarah. Also, hi, Sarah. How does it for you, Wem? You having a good time over there? Enjoying life, living it to the fullest. Okay, so I think I do want to change this stuff. Man, I don't know why I'm dragging my feet so much on this. It's not that hard to do. It's just not fun to do. But I should just stop complaining and do it. All right, so what do we call this? Perk choice UI. Perk choice with adventurer UI. Yeah, save this as perk choice with adventurer. We didn't have the word UI in there, did we? We did. Okay, let's put the word UI in here too. Pretty good. Started doing archery, which has been fun. Currently taking the day to try to use AI as much for work, just to learn a bit. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think trying AI every like 4 to 6 months is probably a good idea. I tested it the other day. I had a bunch of files and I was like, hey, can you find the files where this thing is true? And I don't think it did a good job, but I also might not have prompted it correctly. And I tried like 4 or 5 times and I couldn't figure it out. And I just did it manually. But I think this is kind of how things work for a lot of new technology, where you test it out and you're maybe unsatisfied. So then you get a bad taste in your mouth and you don't try it again, even when it's better. And I think about this in terms of voice assistants. I remember a friend of mine, like, I don't remember what they were doing. Imagine a query like, remind me in 10 minutes to whatever, do something. This is the kind of thing I say all the time into my phone. I'm like, oh, remind me in 3 days that I need to take out the trash or something like that. I watched a friend manually do this, and I was like, why don't you use the voice assistant? And my friend said something like, oh, years ago when I was starting to try it, it wasn't very good or didn't understand their accent. So they just kind of gave up on it. And it's like, will you ever go back to that sort of thing? So yeah, I think it's nice that you're trying it. And I want to keep trying it too, but I want to have more success when I try it. Okay, so we're going to save this as whatever I call the other thing. Alright, so it says a battle perk party member, which maybe we want to rename. Update description isn't needed here, I think. So now battle choice perk UI, whatever. This is going to be adventurer perk choice UI. And this is going to inherit from this one. And battle choice, whatever, probably stops existing. Used it for some migration work yesterday and have it and gave it the compile commands for testing. Ran on its own and tested, which was pretty cool. Haven't verified its work yet though. Sounds pretty nice. Yeah. Hey, Battle Pants. First time chatting? It is, yes. Did you make the graphics yourself? Because art is kind of what I'm stuck at developing my game right now. No, I didn't. I'm very, very bad at art. So I think probably the best way to get started for cheap is a combination of AI art and asset packs. And then if you can afford it, get an artist to improve that stuff or fill in the blanks. And if you can't afford it, either be fine with what you have or learn how to make stuff yourself. Those are pretty much your only routes. I mean, it's either get someone else to do it or do it yourself. And if you don't have the skills, then the doing it yourself part is pretty limited into either getting the skills or using AI, which is not really, I guess, doing it yourself. Hey, Zibu, have you ever used Record? If yes, what's your thoughts? Yeah, I have. And my thoughts are that it's good. I wish that by default, the linter knew that whenever you're using a record that you want to name everything in a capital letter. But yeah, we have a bunch of record classes and structs in the game right now. Apparently 13 of them. Wait, what? Why does this show up twice? Huh, that's weird. Now it's saying there are 9 of them. AI used in games is sadly not welcome. It's a red flag. I think it's not welcome by some. I think other people don't care about it. I think probably the AI games that soured people on it are some that are bad. But like I play a game called The Finals and all of the voices are AI and people actually like the AI voices. It's not like they did everything with AI, but there's no voice actors as far as I know. So it's not like this game has just been panned by like, hey, there's some AI usage in it. Now that said, I'm not saying to stick with it. Let's say everyone universally hated AI art. That doesn't mean you shouldn't use it as a placeholder. Like in order to prototype a game really quickly, I think it's still valuable to do. Imagine that you're working on something like, I don't know, Space Invaders. Maybe it's a novel idea at the time and you didn't know how to draw and you're like, well, I just need some like little alien creatures. You have the AI do it. And now you put it in people's hands and they're like, wow, this game's really fun, but I hate that artwork. Well, now you know that you've got a good game on your hands, so you can go improve the artwork and it's maybe worth the money at that point. So I think there's still value in using it. And also AI art is going to get better and better. And then at some point, maybe it's indistinguishable from what humans would do. There was something launched, what was it? 11 Labs Music? What was it called? Yeah, this AI music generator. This is actually really impressive. This launched like yesterday or something. Is this the site I'm thinking of? Yeah, I'll link this in chat if people want to see. Ooh, there's a whole bunch of, well, whatever. Anyway, if you were to click this, which I'm not going to do because I don't play other people's music on my stream, but this sounds pretty nice. They have like 5 different examples here, and it's pretty sweet. So I can imagine at some point someone using this like AI music and people not even knowing that it was AI. We used AI for voiceovers, and even that people were complaining. What AI voiceover can be better than voiceover generated by AI? Well, I'm not sure I understand the second part of your message. I don't know if there's a typo. Maybe you meant by a human? Or, yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, it all depends on the quality. You should have a listen, even if you're never gonna play the finals. Just watch 2 minutes of gameplay just to see what the voices sound like. Like they sound pretty human. I mean, we have AI talking to you in a game. You mean like old game AI? Because I think AI talking to you means a different thing nowadays from what it meant in the past. If you're talking about like a Super Nintendo game and you said the AI told me X, no one would bat an eyelash. They'd be like, oh, you mean the computer player or something, right? But now in the current modern era, if you say the AI told me X, you'd be like, this is an LLM sort of thing. Which, by the way, some people are trying to do, like have AI generate text to you in a game. And NVIDIA is even trying to support an off cloud feature for this. But anyway, I get your point, which is like, if it's just a random NPC talking to you, it shouldn't have to sound perfect. But yeah, who knows? Their pushback might have been any other number of things. If you came up with like the most fun game in the world and there was a little bit of AI in it, I don't think people would focus on the AI part of it. I think they would focus on how fun the game is. Yeah, as one of the reasons I kind of bounced off playing the finals. Really? Wow. Huh. Interesting. Well, to each their own, for sure. I know that people will bounce off of games for kind of any number of reasons, though. There could be microtransactions and someone's like, well, I'm not playing this game. There could be, whatever, lack of customization and someone doesn't want to play. Anyway, let's get back to this and let's hopefully find that I'm not doing this stupidly. So this inherits from the right thing. We actually don't need a special init function and we don't need a special ready function, which means we don't need this stuff either. The town was only saved for the sake of using this in the child class. So I guess we do need init so that we can save this off here and not in this one. And it doesn't technically need it for this. Oh no, we do. What am I doing? We only need to save it off in this one. We might as well just save it off in all of them, right? Why would I even do this differently? Yeah, fine. Protected, town, if private set equals null. This goes down here. We need to rename this once it's finally done. I'll write that down. To do, rename this to town. We can't do it now because I have a messed up inheritance hierarchy. So we get rid of this, we get rid of all of this. And now party member needs to be protected as well. Rename this. Get private set. Okay. Okay, so this looks good. You can delete all that. Now battle perk choice UI. This class technically shouldn't exist. How many places is it used? 1, 2, 3. Wait, that doesn't count. So just 2. And that's going to change. So just 1. So yeah, we should be able to change this to perk choice with adventurer UI. I don't like that. I kind of just wanted to be battle perk and have it inherit from this and then have it do nothing special, which is kind of stupid. Because if you're not going to override the class, then there's no reason to really have the class. I guess because we said it's partial, the linter doesn't know that this is dumb, but now it knows that it's dumb. Yeah. Oh, hey, sorry, Zibo. I hadn't seen your message on YouTube. I know you had to come to Twitch and ask here. I have this monitor that you can see, then off to the left is chat, and then off to the left of that is YouTube chat. So I have to turn just slightly farther to see it, and sometimes I don't notice. Especially because I rearranged my monitor, so it's now even like farther away. So this will allow this to work without any changes. And then the only other thing we need to do is change the part where we use this in the higher panel tab. So this is now going to be adventurer perk choice UI. And we initialize it the same way and everything. But now this doesn't exist. Battle perk choice UI. Okay, that won't work either, will it? Because we inherited from a scene that doesn't... Well, the scene does technically exist. But should it? Can I show this in the file system? It should be alongside... No, there's no adventurer perk choice UI. Because there's only one parent class, so this should just be deleted. Because they use the same scene but different scripts. Yeah. Okay, let's delete it. So it's perk choice. Oh, it just got saved again. We need to close it and then delete it. All right, so it's perk choice with adventure UI. Perk choice with adventure UI. Perk choice with adventure UI. Delete that. That's not gonna work, is it? God. No, it won't. This technically goes down here and this gets changed. Yeah. And now the battle perk UI needs to be different. Okay. Please tell me this works. Oh, man. All right, so what do we even do? Yeah, I broke everything. Great. Nice. All right, so instantiate scene line 35 over here. Oh, I played Rocket League. I might have for like 1 minute, but I think that's about it. Out of curiosity, have you given up on Skeleseller in the demo? So this doesn't exist. What I do in 1 minute, if I even played it, which I'm not sure that I did, I would have just been like, okay, I understand what this game is, and then just probably stopped. Rematch, it's Rocket League, but without cars. Isn't that just soccer? It looks like it. Is the point of this game, because I can't tell if this is serious or not, is the point of this game that it is, like, you're all over the place with stuff? I can't tell by just looking at it. Yeah. All right, what am I doing wrong here? Do we name the scenes correctly? Perk choice with adventurer UI. I show in file system, perk choice with adventurer UI. This is adventurer perk choice UI, which we don't have because I never made it, did I? Yeah, I just never made it. But the whole point is that they had different script. I know this one doesn't have a different script. Okay, so why do I do that? Okay. All right, let's do that. Okay. We still need to hide the exclamation point, but we still need to get this working. What's going wrong now? Unable to cast object of type battle perk choice UI to adventure perk choice UI. I find that unusual. This is here. Oh, this has the wrong script. Yes, of course. This goes here. Battle shouldn't exist anymore, though. What's going on? How did I mess this up this badly? I truly don't understand how I did that. Oh, this is so dumb. Yeah, I have the undeniable signal that I should be taking a break. Yeah. So let me try to wrap up what I've done here and not maybe totally finish this stuff. Perk choice with adventure UI. So this exists, but I never made it. I did make a scene. What? This just uses the wrong thing. Okay. Oh. Current scene exists within one of its nodes. I just dragged the wrong thing there. So then battle perk choice UI would need to exist because it's going to have a different script. Although I guess in this case, not really. We could just delete everything there. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Battle perk choice UI. Okay, let's delete this. I play Rocket League every day. Been playing it for like 4 years, basically cars and the ball. Yeah, I'm familiar with Rocket League. I have some friends who play. Soccer's never really been my thing, and that's what it reminds me of the most. I know it's probably not very similar to soccer games, but the idea, the sort of the fantasy of the game doesn't really strike me too much. But yeah, it looks like a very well-made game. Play the demo for like 5 minutes. I'll continue tomorrow. Okay, yeah. If you do play tomorrow, I suggest just starting from scratch again, because it'll put you in the right mindset. Otherwise, you might forget something that happened from this session's 5 minutes and be like, I'm confused by the game. And since there's already a little bit of confusion, I think it's worth starting again. Also, don't feel obligated to do it. The kinds of questions you were asking, I think could be clarified by playing the game. Okay, so we now do not have Battle Perk Choice UI. Battle Perk Choice UI. Which means we need to rename this stuff or rework this stuff. That's good. The rest of this looks fine. Yeah. So what do I need to do still? Do I need to do something special to get the updated version? If you're on the playtest version, the latest version you would have access to is whatever you see in playtest news. So the version from, I don't know how many days ago that was, like 2 weeks ago. So you should see this when you press escape, 084 playtest at the bottom left, or on the title screen, it should say it, 084-playtest. If you're on that version, you're on the newest version. It does not have anything other than what you see here, basically. Well, and I guess the last version. So that's pretty much it. It has 2 major changes, and they're not really that important. Also, I see someone joined the server. Yeah. And if that's the case, then yeah, there's nothing super interesting in the playtest version. If you're looking for challenge mode stuff, I'm hoping to release that by the end of this week. That should have a lot of changes. And that'll hopefully be fun. All right, let's just start again in case I did not already do that. No need to play again if you don't want, but if you do, please start again since you experienced some confusion. Okay. So we go to hire. This is good. Now we need to choose a battle perk for the spear caller or the rogue. There's the rogue. That worked. Battle perks look like they worked. That leveled up. Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, we pretty much did it. There's one last thing we need to do. And it's hide the exclamation mark. This is an update description. Can we just do this anywhere? I guess there's this has hired. This we can change to be get unhired text. I guess we just consider it to be hired, I suppose. So I would need to override the init function here to disregard what you passed in. So public override init, which means that this needed to have a virtual. We take in all the same stuff. Wait, that's impossible. We can't take in all the same stuff. What am I doing? Oh my god. It's too much. Too much. We just need to initialize it differently. Yeah, what am I doing? We delete this stuff, right? And set this back to just void. And then wherever we call the initialization of this. So I guess delete all that stuff too. And there should be in higher panel this is happening. Yeah. No, that's not a thing. It checks has hired in here. And we don't want this to happen. Okay. The not running on Mac OS is very strange because I'm developing it from Mac OS. I'm still not sure why it's not working for you. Are you on an Intel version of Mac? Because that could be, you're on an M1, weird. Yeah, I'm on an M2. I will have to figure that out. Yeah, I am for you is on an M1 Mac and can't directly play the playtest version. But Maisie, you're not on the playtest version. You're on the demo version. The demo version works fine. I wonder if I just set something wrong on Steam, because I'm uploading builds the same way. All is good? Okay, good. Yeah. Strange. Okay, so the problem here is that I don't want to pass this in as anything other than true from the Adventurer perk choice UI. So one way we could accomplish this is I could just have an overridable Boolean for initializing this thing. Protected virtual bool is adventurer hired, yeah. So that's what goes here. And the adventurer class is never saved. Oh man, we save it in the party member, but we don't have the party member yet. So maybe we should just save it here too. Oh, I guess if we're gonna do that, don't we modify it from this? Yeah, we do. Protected, adventurer class, get private set. Okay, so set this here. And then down here we can use that. Over here we can use it. And then we override this to just always be true. Yeah, and let's say as hired adventurer. We override this so that the exclamation mark label never shows. Does the playtest version cost money? It does not cost money, no. Okay, so they're still showing. Oh no. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I never called the function. Oh my god, thank goodness. Okay, has hired adventure. Yeah, as I mentioned, undeniable signal that I should have stopped working on this already. Attempt the path of the ninja. Nice, yeah. I hope it goes well. I think game dev is really fun and satisfying. I think releasing a game is filled with frustrations. And you might have heard this expression before, but you do the first 90% and then you do the next 90%. A lot of the times you think you're almost done with something and then you find out that you've only done half the project so far. It's like you work your way up to release and then you realize, oh my god, there's like a bunch of polish and content and whatever, balancing and marketing and yeah, it's a lot of work. So I think a great way of getting started are game jams where you just have the first 90% and you ignore the last 90% because it's just a game jam. So you don't really have to market it. You don't have to polish it. You don't have to add a bunch of content. It's all that you can do in a week or a weekend. Hey, Mudkip. So yeah, if you like game jams, but you don't like the prospect of releasing a full game, or sorry, if you like games, game dev, then game jams might be the way for you to go. We did it. It's hiding that thing now, which is nice. And over here, it should show them. Yeah, now why does that lag when I click the button? Oh, I think I know. I think because of reflection it's done, but it's only done on a debug build. So now if I purchase this, that exclamation mark does not go away. Okay, that's a minor cleanup thing we're gonna have to do. When you show a battle perk for an adventurer you don't have, the symbol shows up. After you hire the adventurer, it doesn't go away. It should be easy enough to fix, but I think we've gone on for too long now. This is done, this is done, this is done. Where I left off is clean up the commit. I want to fill out the journal. It's 12:30. Oh my god. I should have taken a break half an hour ago. Alright, well, you live and learn. Alright, the Skeleton Seller. Continue working on challenge mode. Getting ready for playtesters. So let's look at the list again. We can get done with this stuff this afternoon. That's totally fine. Clean up. What is this? I should probably do that. Add some more perks and specializations. Yeah. Oh, and then that's it? Wow. Okay, yeah, we're definitely getting this done by the end of this week then. Because we can choose how many of these we want to add. I think, in terms of number of perks, I think we should add at least like 5 more. And in terms of specializations, we should probably add like 3 or 4 more. But ideally, we add more than just 5 perks. So I want to think about that. Is there anything else to consider here? No, not really. Yeah, so we're in pretty good shape. Better than I thought we would be. I don't know why I'm so surprised by that. I mean, I have been working hard on this stuff. Yeah, so like I said, I want to add a few more specializations so the buttons go out to like here. And then that'll be it for the V1 that we do. And people can give feedback on that stuff. Yeah, neat. All right, well, I'm going to go take my lunch break. I'll be back in about an hour. It's 12:32. I'll try to be back by about 1:30. And we'll stream for another maybe like 2 hours just working on stuff. I hope you've all had a good time being here. If you want to join Discord, if you want to check out the game, there's some links. Thank you very much, Plan. And I will see you all in a bit. Take care. Have a good rest of your day.